Good morning. I'd like to call to order the Interim Finance Committee meeting today. This is the fifth IFC meeting of the 25-26 interim, and I would like to welcome everyone joining us here in the committee room in Las Vegas, in Carson City, and online. I am Senator Marilyn Dondero Loop, and I'll be chairing the Interim Finance Committee this morning and this interim. Would the secretary please call the roll?
Assembly Member Backus.
Present.
Assembly Member Brown May.
Here.
Assembly Member Dahlia for Assembly Member Anderson.
Here.
Assembly Member Dickman.
Here.
Assembly Member Hafen.
Here.
Assembly Member Hibbets.
Here.
Assembly Member Hunt for Vice Chair Monroe Moreno.
Here.
Assembly Member Howdegi.
Here.
Assembly Member Koenig.
Here.
Assembly Member Mosca.
Here.
Assembly Member Nadeem for Assembly Member Torres Fawcett. Assembly Member O'Neill. Assembly Member Watts.
Here.
Assembly Member Yeager.
Here.
Senator Buck.
Here.
Senator Daly.
Here.
Senator Flores.
Present.
Senator Neal. Senator Wynn.
Here.
Senator Steinbeck for Senator Stone.
Here.
Senator Titus.
Here.
And Chair Dondero Loop.
And I'm here. Please, I believe everyone is here that is going to be here, so mark those absent who need to be, and we will move on to the standard housekeeping. Please remember to turn off your phones and electronic devices if you are in the room, and for those providing testimony today, please remember to state and spell your name, and if you have a card, it is very helpful if you'll hand that to the secretary. We will be pulling item H. So if you are here for item H, you are excused. So we will hear that again in February. So when we have our next interim meeting in 2026. So with that being said, I'll give anyone time who needs to excuse themselves out of the room. And we will move on to Mr. Thorley. Excuse me. We need to go to public comment first. If there's anyone here who would like to do public comment, please come forward, or in Carson City. Good morning, Ms. Adler.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and season's greetings to everyone. My name is Sarah Adler, S-A-R-A-H, A-D-L-E-R, and I am the project manager for Vitality Unlimited's ARPA project to retain substance use disorder treatment beds. I know we could be called for questions later, which I welcome, but I want to take this chance to give you a little background of the situation that we were in. Vitality occupies currently the second floor of Carson City's Health and Human Services building at Carson City's request. However, Carson City needs that space. They put forward $500,000 of their own ARPA dollars. On April 11th of 2024, you provided $3 million. And since that time, we have worked very, very, very hard to determine a new location for these substance use disorder treatment beds. Our initial contractor estimate was $350 a square foot, and we have narrowed the building to 8,900 square feet. A couple months ago, our contractor gave us an estimate of $425. On Friday, they gave us their formal proposal for $516 a square foot. As you can imagine, this was breathtaking in a really bad way. We are working very hard to determine ways to pull back that cost. But bottom line, in order for these beds to remain, we are here and we have submitted a formal memo. We are here respectfully requesting additional assistance. I would more than welcome your questions as a later agenda item. And I have sent each of you a letter sort of detailing this path of recovery for thousands of people every year that we hope to maintain with your assistance. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And please go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Beth Martino. I am the CEO of 3 Square Food Bank, and I'm here today on behalf of 3 Square and the Southern Nevada community to thank you all for your leadership and your swift action during one of the most significant hunger emergencies that our state has faced in recent years. The resources that were made available through the NDA, ARPA funding, and the IFC contingency funds allowed us to respond quickly following the federal government shutdown and the SNAP benefit disruptions that occurred in fall 2025. When SNAP benefits were delayed and reduced, and when thousands of federal workers missed paychecks, the impact was immediate. And as you know, demand for food assistance surged literally overnight. But even prior to the shutdown, hunger in Southern Nevada was rising. From July through September, need had already increased by 16% year over year, with 75% of that need being first-time visitors to food pantries here in Southern Nevada. The shutdown significantly accelerated this trend and required an unprecedented response. From September through November, with your support, 3 Square rapidly expanded our distribution efforts. Households served increased by 25% from about 77,000 in September to nearly 100,000 households in November. Total pounds of food distributed increased nearly 100% from about 2.5 million pounds in September to over 5 million pounds of food distributed in November. This would not have been possible without the state's investments. These funds allowed 3 Square to purchase food and to support the operational backbone of our response. In addition, the funds have been essential to sustaining the distribution of that purchased food and to continuing to support our nonprofit partners who are managing significantly higher volumes. While the most acute phase of that shutdown has now passed, the need has not subsided. Many households remain financially strained following that shutdown period, and our nonprofit partners continue to operate at elevated levels, and the demand for food assistance we expect to remain high through 2026. So continued coordination and flexibility will be critical to ensuring food reaches those who need it most. But for today, on behalf of our staff, our volunteers, and the hundreds of thousands of Nevadans that we serve, thank you for your decisive action and for your commitment to ensuring that no one in our state goes hungry.
And thank you for all you did, because it takes a village and you led that village. So thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Madam Chair, Assembly Member Monroe Moreno, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Pamela Gomez, and I'm a Nevada licensed mental health care provider and supervisor who has extensive experience in both inpatient and outpatient clinical mental health treatment for children and teens. You can read more about my credentials in the full statement that I have submitted to the committee. There is not enough time for me to go through all of the information I would like to share with the committee. For this reason, I have submitted a detailed written statement regarding what, from my professional perspective, were 4 predatory business practices I experienced, witnessed, and raised alarms for, and how they directly impacted the safety and well-being of the children and teens served, with personal points of reference from my time employed as a Mariah Behavioral Health Program Director. My intention in speaking today is to put on oral record my intended goal of using my inside professional perspective to help the committee identify dangerous business practices and offer ideas for targeted legislative action to immediately consider. It is important to note that I was abruptly terminated by the CEO of Mariah when I resisted the company's unsafe and unethical demands and was threatened professionally. I found myself professionally voiceless and powerless in my duty to protect and as a guardrail for safety in the PRTF setting. For this, I want to propose that the committee establish and create a confidential clinical whistleblower hotline within the HCQC specifically for licensed clinicians to report predatory, dangerous, and unethical administrative pressure, also detailed in my written statement. I urge the committee to consider taking serious action. I fear that failing to act may not only result in more clinical and ethical failures, but could also lead to financial waste, as these unsafe practices guarantee a revolving door of readmissions and drain state resources, leaving lasting, often irreparable mental health consequences. Respectfully submitted, Pamela Gomez.
Thank you very much. We will go to anyone else here in Las Vegas. I'm sorry. Mr. Hibbets, I need you to duck. Thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
That's
My
okay.
name is Kara Matthews, and I am here on behalf of Ignite Teen Treatment, Eden Treatment Center, Mariah Behavioral Health, or Anchor Point Teen Treatment Center. My name is Kara Matthews, and I live across the street from one of these facilities, and I have for about 3.5 years. And I just want you guys to know, because you give money to this facility and facilities like this, how it affects people like myself. Unfortunately, it has affected my life in many ways. I have police presence in front of my home up to 4 times a day. It makes it hard to have guests over. It makes it hard to have other children over, because I also have children who live in my home. I am constantly berated by the staff and the children. I'm being called names. I'm being sworn at. I can't go up and down my street with the kids being outside without being harassed. I live here. I pay a lot of money for this, and the state is giving money to these facilities like this who are doing this. The kids have actually physically tried to assault me. I've had to call the police multiple times just being outside in my home, cleaning my car like a regular person. These are psychiatric treatment facilities that the state gives money to that should not be in residential neighborhoods. When I bought my home, I looked for a specific residential neighborhood. I didn't want a business in front of my home where I have 20 cars a day, staff having staff meetings outside, but also the disruption of the children to the children in my home. There are kids who are not allowed to sleep over at my house because the police are there all the time, and there's kids screaming and crying, and there's ambulances, and people go home and say, Mom, I was at so-and-so's house and this is what happened. So I just feel like the state needs to know that something needs to happen. Myself, my husband, my neighbors have been reaching out to the county for years. I know Mike Shannon personally. I call him at least twice a month with reports of things that are happening at Mariah Behavioral Health, and nothing gets done about it. Nothing gets done about it. But the state is giving money to these facilities, making my life hard. That's not okay. And I just want you guys to know that as a resident of Nevada, somebody who pays taxes, and I'm paying for the police to come to my house all the time, that this is unacceptable and that it needs to be stopped. It needs to be stopped. And that's it. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. And thank you for being here today. And I am sorry that all this is happening. We are about to rectify this. Thank you. All right, please go ahead. Is your microphone on?
Oh,
there we go.
Green button. Okay.
Please go ahead. Start again.
My name is Michael Matthews. I'm here to also reiterate what was said about the teen treatment facilities. And we moved into our house about 3.5 years ago, and it has just been miserable. I mean, aside from like them just being terrible neighbors, which isn't, I guess, illegal, just their behavior and the treatment of the kids, it's like, we have a security camera on the front of our house, and we've recorded so many things of like just a kid going out in the street and a counselor standing there, and the kid just wanders off. Nobody goes after the kid for like 5 minutes. And then suddenly there's like 8 cops on the next street over to get the kid. And that's a big frustration, is like they pay nothing for security. They have zero security because they have the police, and the police are there 4 or 5 times a day, sometimes 4 or 5 police deep. And for a child, like one time they showed up and pulled a long gun out, and like, it's a very quiet, we live on the end of a cul-de-sac. We want quiet. That's why we live there. And it's been absolute crazy. Get up at 2 a.m. and have a helicopter sitting outside my window that's just sat there for like 5 minutes, just with their spotlight on our house. And it's just all these things. It has ruined our daughter's high school years. She spent her entire freshman to senior here in front of this, and she has watched kids she knows go in and out of this. Like, she doesn't want to ever go out front of our house because it makes her very nervous. She hates it. They go after my wife. They have said so many things to her. All the video that the news has came from us. The assault, the kids screaming, the crying in the driveway, that all came from us. Because it's just nonstop. And so we're just hoping that speaking here, we could just cut off the money going to these people, because it's very shady. And their lawyer even admitted in court when they were on TV the other day that they have houses in Iowa and Illinois as well. And all this stuff going on here is affecting that. So like, it just seems to be a big scam. Like, they don't seem to care about the kids. The employees are a constant rotation. And my wife tries to make friends, and they fire anybody that befriends her. She's given the kids tie-dye kits, candy on holidays, like trying to be nice. And it doesn't matter. We're just enemies. And they drove the previous person that owned our house out. She tricked us into buying it and moved to Reno. So yeah, we're tired of it. And we would love to see them lose money and go away. And that's it. Thank you.
And thank you very much. All right, go ahead, please.
Yeah, my name is Victor Padron, Padron.
Your microphone.
Over here? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm the neighbor on the other side of the same facility. I just want to reiterate that we filed as a group family home. It's supposed to be, for, like under HUD. And it is a hospital they're running there. They have 4 facilities in our neighborhood, all within, well, the 3 of them are like within just a few blocks. The police are in our neighborhood every day. There's no supervision for these kids. They're out in the street. They get out. They have fights in the middle of the street. The other day, one of them, I don't know what, because their bathroom, I mean, they're upstairs. The kids, they broke the bathroom and just started throwing it into my yard and broke my window. I've gone out to take the garbage, and I find the girls in my, like in my garbage area hiding. They're afraid of the people there. It's a constant threat to our neighborhood. And I just want to say they just should not be there. It's a family neighborhood. And I don't know why it was approved. They rezoned the area as a business. It's a cul-de-sac. It's a family neighborhood. And they've zoned it into a hospital area. I don't know. With Justin Jones, he approved of this transfer without telling any of the neighbors. All of a sudden, we find out we have a hospital next door to us. And it's just really unacceptable. It's just ruined our lives. The last 5 years has been just constant. Every day, the cops are in our neighborhood, the helicopters, like I said. It's just really horrible. Thank you.
I am sorry that you're going through this, and I'm sorry that I didn't know more of this sooner.
We have gone to every meeting.
I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Seeing no one else here in Las Vegas, we'll go to Carson City. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Shane Piccinini, S-H-A-N-E, P-I-C-C-I-N-I-N-I, and I am with the Food Bank of Northern Nevada. And like our colleague in Southern Nevada, 3 Square, we wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for the support that you gave us during the unprecedented situation of the government shutdown. And just to give you a little bit of an update on how our response has been. As you recall, back in October, the IFC, your committee IFC gave the Food Bank of Northern Nevada about $1.7 million to be able to respond to the situation in real time. That allowed us to acquire pretty close to 1.6 million pounds of additional food. And to put this into some context, FBNN has been serving currently around 160,000 people a month, which is a 70% increase over what we were serving in 2023, which was at 140,000, and certainly a substantial amount before the pandemic. We've been able to beef up the distributions that we have with our partner agencies and some of our own additional direct service programs because of the support. And we just know that none of what we've been able to do would not have been possible without the support of the legislature, the Nevada Department of Agriculture, and certainly the governor's office. And we are incredibly grateful for that. Additionally, we're grateful for the support that we got from the National Guard to help us with the logistics of getting all of the food that we receive processed through our warehouse and out into the neighbors and the communities that we serve. So we're grateful for this partnership. We thank all of you for everything that you have done to help us support the neighbors that we do in Northern Nevada, and we are looking forward to our continued collaboration with all of you in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for what you've done. Any additional people in Carson City? Seeing none, we'll go to the phone lines. The phone number that you will be dialing is 888-475-4499. When prompted for the meeting ID, please enter 856-3220-7232 and then press pound. And when you're asked for the participant ID, please press pound. AVH, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to participate in public comment, please press *9 now or raise hand in your Zoom window to take your place in the queue.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Shaylee Kamenker. I'm the mother of a daughter who was recently in a Nevada licensed residential facility, Mariah Behavioral Health, and I'm calling to speak in favor of agenda item E54. I know that many today have spoken about these facilities, but there can never be too many. This item requests funding for temporary healthcare facility management services for the Healthcare Facility Regulation Division. I strongly support giving the state regulators this funding. I had to remove my daughter from this privately owned but state licensed facility after only 6 weeks when I realized that something was terribly wrong there. This removal was because they failed to keep her safe and subjected her to firsthand abuse and neglect. I saw with my own eyes and all too personally what happens when a facility lacks proper oversight and structure. When private operators fail our children, the state of Nevada must have the resources and the funding to step in immediately and install competent temporary management. We cannot leave vulnerable children in failing facilities simply because the state lacks budget to intervene. By approving item E54, you are giving the regulators the tools that they need to take control of dangerous situations and protect children, especially state boards who have no voice but yours to advocate for them. Please approve this request and ensure the Health Authority has every dollar it needs to hold facilities accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Noah Blumenthal. I'm a parent of a child who was a patient at Mariah Behavioral Health earlier this year, and I'm calling to speak in favor of agenda item E54. We've heard a lot about Mariah. We'll hear a little bit more now. I support giving state regulators funding for temporary healthcare facility management services because I've seen what happens when bad actors run these facilities and the state lacks the resources to intervene. My child was held at Mariah while decompensating without proper psychiatric care. The psychiatrist supposedly overseeing my child's care, Dr. Timothy Yider, met them exactly once a full month into their stay after they had been off their psychiatric medication the entire time. When my insurance company determined my child needed a higher level of care and directed a hospital transfer, CEO Mandy Barron refused. When I demanded my child's discharge, Barron instructed staff not to release them. When Child Protective Services came to investigate, they were denied entry. I had to fly across the country and threaten to call police for kidnapping before my child was released. I don't have time to detail everything my family experienced at Mariah, but the issues included no therapy of any kind, falsified credentials on insurance claims, forged signatures on documents, lack of basic necessities, a staff member who physically assaulted a patient and was transferred rather than fired, and a whole lot more. The state has fined Mariah repeatedly, but to operators like this, fines are simply the cost of doing business. When the profit margins are high enough, bad actors will pay fines and attorney fees rather than provide children with the care they need. On December 16th, a facility employee reached out to affected families, sharing what they described as an internal email from administration dated December 12th. According to this alleged email, even after the state revoked Mariah's licenses, the company instructed staff that state intervention is, quote, carries no validity or authority and should be disregarded. Fines do not work against operators who treat them as a line item. The only effective tool is the power to remove these operators entirely and install competent temporary management. Item E54 gives regulators that power. Please approve this funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
If you recently just joined us and would like to participate in public comment, please press star 9 now or raise hand in your Zoom window.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Trendang Mai, Executive Director of NAMI Nevada. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of Nevada, the state chapter of the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI Nevada is dedicated to supporting, educating, and advocating for individuals and families impacted by mental health conditions. Our community has been hard at work building out a crisis response system in Nevada. In partnership with the Division of Public and Behavioral Health, NAMI Nevada serves as the neutral convener through the Nevada 988 Coalition, bringing together those who are boots on the ground in crisis response to ensure their voices are heard and reflected in system design. Our first coalition meeting in February 2025 had about 130 members. In our December 10th meeting, that number has grown to 255 members, representing 104 unique organizations across the state, including nonprofits, for-profit providers, local and state government agencies, education partners, tribal entities, and others who have come together to be part of this monumental work that will change the landscape of Nevada and how we respond to mental health crises. We've formed 3 active subgroups, have held 5 subgroup meetings with 248 participants total. We also designed and launched the Nevada 988 Coalition website and invite you to visit www.nv988coalition.org. Awareness campaigns are being shaped by local partners, and town halls are planned for 2026. This is a historic moment for Nevada, and we cannot lose momentum. Continued funding to support Carillon's call center is critical to sustain and strengthen this work to build a crisis system that supports individuals and families across our state. For this system to be successful, we need to continue to build out all 3 pillars: someone to call, someone to respond, and somewhere to go. Too many people in Nevada can't get the help that they need and don't know where to turn to for support, but 988 is changing that. And we don't need another mental health crisis that ends in tragedy. Our community needs a success story, so we must continue building toward that to ensure people in crisis receive help, not handcuffs. Thank you for your time and continued support.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Chair, your public line is open and working, but you have no more callers at this time.
Thank you very much. All right. With that, we'll close public comment. And with that, we'll move on to agenda item C, reports on the American Rescue Plan Act, coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. And we'll begin with C1, and that will be presented by Mr. Leiser, no better person than the ARPA boy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Brody Leiser with the Fiscal Analysis Division. I'll be honest, usually I do not correct the chair, but it's ARPA girl. It is. And I've fully accepted that. So it is nice to see everyone. I am here to present agenda item C1, which is the Statement of American Rescue Plan Act, Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund obligations, and remaining unobligated balance, as well as summarize the requests submitted before the committee today. The table has been provided as a separate handout outside of the meeting packets, and members should have a hard copy, and it's also available on the committee meeting webpage listed under meeting material agenda item C1. At the top of page 1 is a high-level summary displaying the actual expenditures for fiscal years 22 through 2025. The amounts currently authorized, which is inclusive of the request before the committee today, and the remaining unobligated balance. Just as a reminder, the state did obligate 100% of its coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds by the December 31st, 2024 deadline to do so. In general, ARPA funds can be re-obligated after that date, after the December 31st, 2024 obligation deadline, as long as the project that will receive the re-obligated funds is an eligible project under the ARPA program rules and the project incurred an obligation by December 31st, 2024. With minor exceptions for administrative efforts, just as a reminder, any remaining funds must be expended by December 31st, 2026. The governor's office will present their updated table here shortly under agenda item C2, but I did want to recognize one difference in the information provided between the two tables. The LCB table continues to reflect that there is no available funding for reallocation, whereas the table submitted by the governor's finance office is currently showing approximately $2.3 million of available savings that could be reallocated in the future. This new information was identified in the report submitted by the GFO for this IFC meeting, and just due to the timing, we did not have an opportunity to incorporate that and reconcile that information into our report. So I would anticipate that the governor's finance office will provide an update on those savings, as well as potentially either how they could be used or when a request may come forward to use those savings if they're available. As a reminder, our table generally lists program descriptions and amounts in chronological order based on the budgetary approval date, and revisions or updates to existing rows following the last October IFC meeting are identified in red text. Madam Chair, there are 3 items before the committee today under agenda item D. There are 2 related items which would provide for an increase of funding for the Oral Health for Children project that was originally approved by the IFC in October of 2022. That increase in funding for that program is identified through savings through previous allocations, and those savings have been identified in red text on our statement. The third work program that was submitted today just reconciles remaining budgetary authority for the broadband efforts approved and overseen by the Governor's Office of Science, Innovation, and Technology. And Madam Chair, with that concludes my remarks. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee members here in Las Vegas or in Carson City? I don't see any hands in Carson City. Anyone here in Las Vegas? Seeing that none, you're off the hook. And I know it's ARPA girl, but somehow I thought it might be fun to be an ARPA boy too. Thank you very much, sir.
It is fun, Madam Chair.
Okay, with that, we will go to C2, which will be presented by the Governor's Finance Office, and Ms. Greenemeyer, when you are ready. And good morning to you and your team.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Tiffany Greenemeyer, Director for the Governor's Finance Office. And here with me is Curtis Palmer, Deputy Director for the Governor's Finance Office, and also Lisa Galloway, the ARPA Coordinator. We are here to present the Statement of American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds. And with that, I will turn it over to Curtis Palmer to walk us through the new statements that we have provided the committee today.
Thank you, Director Greenemeyer, and good morning, Chair and committee members. For the record, I am Curtis Palmer. I am one of the Deputy Directors for the Governor's Finance Office. The statement before you has been revised to break out the details into 3 separate schedules. The first one lists the open projects, the second one lists spending concerns, and the third one lists finalized or closed projects. During the October IFC meeting, the committee requested that we come to this meeting with a plan to mitigate the risk of sending back ARPA funds. As we are all aware, we are about to enter into the final 12-month countdown to spend the ARPA state fiscal recovery funds by December 31st of 2026. The ARPA team has implemented a reoccurring reporting requirement for subrecipients to provide an updated spending plan and projected status report on all active projects, which are due prior to the IFC meeting. And this began in November of 2025 and will continue through December of 2026. I'll now walk the committee through each of the schedules at a high level. Active projects schedule are pages 1 through 6 in the packet that you have. On the top right side of page 1, a table has been added showing 394 ARPA awards have been issued, 265 of which are closed and 129 remain open and active. The top left side of page 1 continues to provide a high-level summary displaying the actual expenditures for state fiscal year 20 through state fiscal year 2025, and expenditures year-to-date for state fiscal year 2026, reflecting approximately 74% of the $2.7 billion has been reimbursed as of December 9th, 2025. The balance remaining for state fiscal year 26 and 27 is approximately $711.7 million. The subrecipient data reports collected in November reflect projected expenditures of $708,544,298, with $3,315,883 in savings identified to be redirected to other projects. The identified savings are currently being reviewed by the Governor's Office and will be put forward as 15-day work programs. The savings must be used on existing programs and open awards. Beginning on row 25 are the active open projects. The projects list only includes active open projects listed in order by agency number. The first column is the LCB number that corresponds to Mr. Leiser's report to cross-reference to projects on this list. Yellow highlighted columns I through L are a snapshot in time as of December 9th, 2025, based on the GFO grant declining balance ledgers, payments processed through our office. The orange highlighted column M summarizes projected expenditures provided by the subrecipients. Column N identifies savings provided by the subrecipients included in the project status report, and the ARPA team has verified with the subrecipients of the actual savings. Column O identifies pending reallocations. Per our conversation with the DAG, these obligations are formalized through agency agreements and subawards, which are legally binding and enforceable. In other words, we cannot set a date and direct recipients to give back funds. We have to continue to ask for status update of each of the projects. As Mr. Leiser had said, as of December 31st, 2024, all ARPA funds have been fully obligated in accordance with federal requirements. While some projects may realize savings, these funds remain committed in their original purpose and cannot be reallocated to new projects without risking non-compliance with federal rules, potential audit findings, or the need to repay funds. Any realized savings should be reinvested within the scope of the original project or used to strengthen program outcomes in alignment with Treasury guidelines. Spending concerns is found on spending concerns table is found on page 7, starting on row 4 of page 7 and in ascending order. Spending concern lists projects at 40% or less. The project status notes on column N are provided directly by the subrecipients. Representatives for these projects should be in attendance today and available for any questions that the committee may have. Closed projects are detailed on pages 9 through 25, and this lists all the projects that are finalized and closed out. We hope the changes to this information provided in today's report serve to add value by providing added details based on questions asked from previous meetings. And we look forward to your feedback on this report. This concludes our report, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee herein? Senator Neal, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question on, all right, so you said from lines 25 where it says active projects. So can we go to line 125, which has the LCB number of 52.104, and it has the agency number 440. So I don't want to like jump ahead, but so you have line 125? So
Yes,
can
ma'am.
you go now to page, this is on the closed project list, which is line 220. It says 100% spent pending closed out. It is the same number, 52104, which is the LCB number, 440 NDOC, same reference number of 230 FREC01. So you have it as active on line 125 of an unspent balance of 12,512, but then the same account is listed on line 220 showing that it's 100% spent and it says pending closeout. So why, I mean, just reconcile it, right? So if it's pending the closeout, when are you going to finish the 12,000? What is it going to be spent on? And to me, there should be a note on line 220 addressing what is the 12,000 that's in line 125 since it's pending a closeout, because I don't understand. Can you explain it?
Lisa Galloway for the record, ARPA coordinator. I cannot explain this at this time. We will have to research this and get back with you. It looks like there's been a mistake.
Okay, Madam Chair, can I have a second question? All right, so if you go to the line above it, which is on line 124, and that's LCB number 5266, still same agency 440. You have the Carlin and Lovelock laundry equipment 69,068. Then you have the 38,000. Then you have in the total unspent payment ledgers as of 12/9/2025 is 31,028. So if you go to line 217, same LCB code, it says final closed 5264. Same number, 223 DOC LL01. You have the Lovelock laundry equipment, which is 69,455. So clearly it's two facilities, right? So it's Lovelock and Carlin. If you remember from the last meeting, it said that on average, I guess supposedly it's what, 69,000 for a laundry equipment. It doesn't match up. So you need to, because what the director had testified to last meeting was that he was going to spend this 31,000 on some other equipment. And I questioned, okay, well, if it costs X amount and we were short by, I think, $4,000 or $5,000, it still doesn't show where is the equipment or the purchase for the Carlin. I guess it's Carlin laundry equipment because the close says Lovelock. So can you explain exactly what is going on with these two? I don't know. They're really statements, but it's the same account. One is showing it's spent, and then one is showing that there's an imbalance, unspent. So it can't be closed. Something's pending. What is it?
Lisa Galloway for the record. Yes, there were two separate awards for $69,000 each that were originally written. And I don't remember exactly which one hadn't spent all of it. They had spent like $30,000 and had a remaining balance that they could not use. The other awards spent their entire $69,000. Corrections then came back and asked if they could use the remaining balance that had not been spent to purchase another additional laundry machine.
Thank you for that.
And that has not been purchased yet, as far as I know.
Okay. So then the note on line 217, this is not completed, because if we're following it by the LCB number, which is 5266, 5266 has not been closed out. So it should not be showing up on line 217 as final and close. I mean, that's my interpretation. That's what because if I'm going to follow a trail, right, I would think that when I'm looking at 5266, it's closed and there is no more money, but it's actually still in existence because there's a $31,000 sitting there waiting for a pending laundry purchase.
Lisa Galloway for the record. If I may, line 217 reflects line 52.64, which was a separate line item.
So are you buying two sets of laundry equipment for Lovelock? Because the definition in line 124 says Carlin and Lovelock laundry equipment. So your line on 217 should say, we have bought all of the laundry equipment for Lovelock and we're still pending purchases for Carlin. That's what it should say, right?
Lisa Galloway for the record. The original purchase on line 217 was for Lovelock. They spent all their money. The purchase on line 124 that reflects the 52.66, the original purchase was for Carlin. They spent part of their money. NDOC then came back and asked, and so we amended their scope of work to include the second machine for Lovelock on that same award.
So you need to adjust your notes then. Because you had a note, well, actually you didn't have a note last time, and then it's carrying forward, right? So we go into the new year. I feel like you need to adjust this note, because when you have Carlin and Lovelock laundry equipment, it makes it seem as if Lovelock is still on the list, and it's not. So all you need is a note. Hey, Lovelock has all of the laundry equipment they will ever need until 2030, I hope. And then Carlin is still in need and going to use the $31,000, which is still short for how much supposedly this cost.
Lisa Galloway for the record. Thank you for pointing out that. We will make that correction.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And Assemblymember Backus has a question.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And it was more two things, two different areas. One was for clarification in understanding the reallocation given. I really like how you identified on page 7 each of the different items that remain concerns and getting that the money spent by December 31st, 2026. But my question pertains to, because I realized the GFO has identified on pages 9 to 25 projects that are closed. And so my question is if some of this money needs to be reallocated, is it that it no longer can be allocated to those closed projects that are listed on pages 9 to 25?
Lisa Galloway, for the record. That is correct. It should not be able to be reallocated to those closed projects.
Madam Chair, may I have a follow-up? Okay, and so then is there any timeline when this money will be seriously considered for reallocation as the projects in the first few pages are kind of winding down to make sure we reallocate those funds?
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. On the 40% or less that are on the page 7, those projects will be continually be monitored, and then every IFC, each one of those recipients are to be at IFC to explain where the status is of their projects. We are monitoring those projects very closely, and every recipient indicates that they will have all monies spent by the end of the year.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions from the committee here in Las Vegas or in Carson City? I do not see any hands in Carson City. So with that, we will get those answers back. And thank you very much, Ms. Greenemeyer, Mr. Palmer, and Ms. Galloway. Thank you. All right, with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Thorley for item D.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good morning, committee members. Happy holidays. Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. I'm going to go through the items on lists D, E, and P that have been identified to be pulled for additional discussion. So I will begin with list D. This is the ARPA work program list. There are no items on list D that have been identified to be pulled for discussion. Moving on now to list E, this is the regular work program and position reclassification list. Agenda item E1, Office of the Attorney General Grants Unit, has been identified to be pulled for additional discussion. Moving on to page 2, agenda item E8, State Public Charter School Authority. That item has been identified to be pulled for discussion. Then flipping forward to page 5 of list E, agenda item E25, Department of Human Services, Division of Public and Behavioral Health, Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services. That item will be pulled for additional discussion. And then the very next item, E26, also from the Division of Public and Behavioral Health, this time crisis response, that will also be pulled for discussion. Then flipping forward several pages to page 11, agenda item E54, Nevada Health Authority, Healthcare Facility Regulation. That item has been identified to be pulled for additional discussion. And then the last item on list E is E73. Department of Transportation, Transportation Administration. That item will be pulled for additional discussion. That's all the items on list E. Then moving on to list P. This is the informational items list. On page 2, item P8B, this is from the Nevada Health Authority, a notification of the department's intent to accept a grant of $200 million from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. That'll be pulled for discussion. And then item P10 from the Department of Veteran Services, notification of the addition of a new position. That will also be pulled for discussion. And that's it for list P, and that completes all the items that I'm aware of. And happy to repeat anything, Madam Chair, if needed.
All right, with that, any additional items, committee members? All right, seeing none, then we will go back to, I will accept a motion to approve all of those that were not pulled.
Madam Chair, I'd move to approve all items that have not been specifically pulled.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member. Second from Senator Nguyen. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And now I get to go back to E1. The Office of the Attorney General. All right, I see the Attorney General's office at the table. Please go ahead when you are ready.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jessica Hoban. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Office of the Attorney General. It is a very busy time of year. Our Chief of Staff is on her way over, so she may be joining us shortly. But in the meantime, we will go ahead and start with the presentation. Before you is a work program request for $1,112,734. The purpose of this request is to align additional revenue that was used from the salary adjustment funds during the state fiscal year 2025 closing due to an imbalance from funding sources that were available to us to meet the state fiscal year closing deadlines. This work program is bringing the additional funding into state fiscal year 2026 and reverting it back to the general fund through the creation of Category 93, which is reserved for reversion to general fund. I'm happy to take any questions that the committee may have or provide additional information that may be desired.
Thank you very much. And I'll start with Assembly Member Backus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And if I may, I think I have 3 questions in this area. My first question, I think, is probably more appropriate for the GFO, unless you're able to respond to this. I was just kind of curious, why was it that the GFO believed it was appropriate to utilize salary adjustment funds to provide sufficient funding to close out the grants unit budget account, given the use does not align with the intended purpose of the salary adjustment funds?
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. I want to go through and explain as to what occurred and why I made the decision that I made. During the fiscal year 25 budget closing process, the Attorney General's office faced a negative budget position due to federal grant funding being placed on hold by the Department of Justice. This hold resulted from pending submission of the state's fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24 single audits. And to comply with session law closing deadlines and to avoid an unfavorable remark on the state's annual comprehensive financial report, which could negatively impact the state. The unused salary adjustment funds were transferred to the Grants Management Unit budget. These funds would have otherwise reverted to the State General Fund. This action was taken to ensure timely budget closure and protect the state's financial integrity. And then the FY23 single audit report was submitted September 12th. However, the grant funds were not released until early December of this year. So had the timing came into line with the closing of the feds releasing the federal fiscal year 24 dollars, we probably there would have been other decisions made earlier. I hope that helps answer the question.
I think it did. I think I'm going to actually have like a follow-up with that though, just because I'm kind of curious, kind of in two-part. I understand with our single audit report that the federal government had held on to the grant money until that report was released. My concern is, as I understand, that was for fiscal year 2023 that didn't get released until later this year. And then we're looking at a fiscal year 2024 single audit report that may not get released until May of 2026. Do we have any understanding if the federal government is going to hold back these grant funds for Violence Against Women Act services, training officers and sexual assault services program grants in this next fiscal year due to the other audit report not being ready until anticipated in May of 2026?
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. I can let the AG's office explain more, but it's my understanding because I've had Director Sanders work with the DOJ, and the federal fiscal year 25 is looking like it's not going to be released. So there's going to have to be other decisions that are going to have to be a request to IFC contingency brought to you to cover those. To cover that grant for federal fiscal year 25. And I can have the AG's office explain more.
Teresa Benitez-Thompson, Chief of Staff to Attorney General Ford for the record. I'm to Assemblywoman Bacchus through Chair Don Daraloop. So thank you for the question. Yeah, and thank you for acknowledging the landscape, that it's a little bit of a precarious position that we're in. And we know the value sets that our office embraces, that AG Ford leads us on, which is that we absolutely have an interest in making sure that these dollars get out to our community partners, that go to our partners who are in that domestic violence direct service community, and to our law enforcement partners. These are important dollars on the ground. And obviously with the Department of Justice withholding these funds, it really does cause a high level of anxiety, because we know that these partners in the community have been facing other types of cuts and impacts with funding. So it's especially sensitive. We're really going to stay in contact, and we have been in great contact with Director Sanders at the Governor's Federal Grants Office. We have a good level of communication with them, kind of checking and see have they heard anything? We consider them partners in trying to advocate for the fact that we very much would like these dollars to be released the minute that single state audit gets submitted. So we'll be watching closely, and you'll probably see us back here in the spring once we zero in on the actuality of whether or not those dollars are going to be released or not, and what the best thinking will be at that time. But our hope is certainly to try to get these dollars out to our partners.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I think I have one last question. Thank you, Chief of Staff Benitez Thompson, for clarifying, because I was kind of worried that maybe the grant funds weren't going to be there, but it sounds like it is once again contingent on the audit report. And so one thing I was curious about is what that shortfall is going to look like for fiscal year 2026. And then also, if you can also explain what the consequences would be if the office were to suspend these activities that are dependent and supported by the Federal Violence Against Women Act services, training offices, and prosecutors and sexual assault services program grants until the federal grant funds are fully reinstated.
Okay. For the record, Jessica Hoban, Chief Financial Officer for the Office of the Attorney General. One thing that I do want to make sure that I clarify is when this work program was initially submitted, our funding from the federal 2024 and 2025 federal fiscal year awards was on hold. Since that time, as Director Greenemeyer mentioned, the funding for the fiscal 2024 was released earlier this month. And based on that, the federal fiscal year 25 award is the only one that we're looking at right now. Our current estimates in state fiscal year 2026, which we may need to cover our subgrants and our operational expenses, between both STOP and SASP would total $1,278,249 based on current projections. So about $100,000 more than this work program is identifying for this situation. And what was the second part of the question? I'm sorry.
Thank you so much for that. The second part is because it's unfortunate that the federal government's holding these grant funds back. I understand, and I could be corrected, that other federal grant monies aren't being withheld for these audit reports, and it seems like it's targeted at Attorney General's office that goes to Violence Against Women Act services, training offices, and prosecutors and sexual assault service program grants. And so I kind of wanted to understand if you can just explain what the importance of that money is. I know it's going to partners and being probably used for good purposes. So I just kind of wanted to understand that a little more thoroughly.
So for the record, Jessica Hoban, Chief Financial Officer, Office of the Attorney General. As a high-level response, these funds go to, as indicated in the STOP program, they go for services, direct services to victims, training, law enforcement officers, prosecutors, also judicial funding, and then the SASP is the Sexual Assault Services Program. Those services do go to direct victims of crime, and even though including domestic violence as well as human trafficking. If you want more specifics about particular programs or particular recipients, we do have the manager of our grants unit, John DeCoco, with us here today. But before I see if you would like to hear from him, I do want to mention that our grant award specifically states that there are 2 non-compliance categories per se where the federal government can withhold funding. The first one is for the audit report, which we have spoken about today. The second is associated with non-compliance or non-performance with the grant award. These particular grant awards are considered formula grants or entitlement grants. So every year these awards come out, there is a specific allocation that goes to every state. The current situation that we're in with the funds being held, I would kind of categorize it as a temporary situation because it's simply waiting on a required report to be submitted. My concern moving forward is if these funds are not sent out for their intended purpose, then in the future we may not be able to meet the required performance reporting to continue to receive these funds or risk further holds for a different purpose that may not be as temporary as simply providing a financial report.
Thank you so much for that. I'm hoping, I know during the session, we addressed hopefully getting our controller's office additional support because I didn't realize that. I kind of thought, oh, the money would be on hold. So thank you for enlightening us. It seems like it's very pertinent that we get this audit report done so we don't fall into the second category that you had mentioned. So thank you for raising that for us today. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the courtesy to ask.
Thank you very much. Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a different question, and this is for the GFO. What I'm trying to understand is, where did you get the statutory authority to utilize salary adjustment funds to backfill an agency's funding shortfall with a loan? Because I didn't know the authority existed. So what statute did you or policy did you find that gave you the power to do that?
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. You know, I was dealt with the situation that I had a budget in the negative. You know, the state, and to protect the state, I chose to, this was the best solution that I had at the time, and the resources that I had were to utilize dollars that were going to revert within the AG's budgets. So with that, the dollars were going to revert. I utilized these dollars to pull this budget out of the negative, knowing that these dollars were going to revert anyways back to the general fund. So this was the best solution that I had at the time.
Okay, so let me get this right. So the governor decided that he would violate the law to help the AG's office. I mean, that's bipartisanship to the best level. But however, there was no statutory authority to do the loan.
Teresa Benitez Thompson, if I could chime in here for a moment, because Chief of Staff to Attorney General Ford, because I very much appreciate the line of questions that Senator Neal is asking, and I think they're really important. I will say that in this situation, with this particular environment, when we got notice from the federal government that they were withholding the funds, it was really on the eve of budget closings, and we had, not only were they putting us in a hard place in terms of deciding to withhold the funds, and specifically, I think as Assemblywoman Bacchus put it, kind of really targeting in on one specific agency, our agency, in order to withhold the funds and not withholding them from other agencies, but specifically ours. And so we had this unique situation where we had no time to process a work program. We didn't have time to go through the normal steps that I know our agency would have liked to engage in and GFO would have liked to engage in. This really put us into a precarious position. I would hope that this is the last time that we're in such a position. The good news is at least with the 2025 grants, we have awareness now, so that's why we anticipate coming back to you all in spring and late spring before the closing of this current fiscal year to see where we're at and to see where our options are, because we didn't have the luxury of those conversations in those kind of final weeks of July into August.
Thank thank you for that response. I just hope in the future, right, that although there's a crisis that, number one, was created by the federal government to freeze the funds in the first place, regardless of the women that it was being impacted, there is still no reason. I mean, well, you can't violate the law, right? If there's no statutory authority to do the act, then there is no statutory authority to do the act. You can't color outside of the line, right? And at the minimum, I think we were still in session when this hit the fan, when the funds were frozen in January, and then there was a rescission letter in April of 25 that was like, it was a rescission of the memo, but not a rescission of the funds. And having a conversation around, hey, I think if, in order for me to provide this solution, it looks like I may have to violate the law, and I don't want to do that. So can the legislature, finance committee, ways and means committee come up with some other means or method rather than us taking salary adjustment funds? Because that means that the salary increases that were set aside didn't occur, right?
Teresa Benitez Thompson, to you, Senator Neal. So just to amend part of your statement, so we received notice of the inability to withdraw down the funds, so take the money, request from the federal government to come into our bank account in July. And so we did not have any awareness of this until July, when we were going to pull down those funds in preparation for budget closings and make sure that all the pennies were falling in the right buckets, in the right place, in the right budgets. So we didn't have that time. This was not known to us during legislative session, or absolutely I would have been here probably with my hair on fire. But secondly to that, and the second part of your question is, yeah, I think that you've really been spot on and quite brilliant in the second part of your statement, and saying that we might be faced with more situations like this across state government, where we've got these quick pivots and these tight positions that we're being put in, and if our current framework doesn't support us, being able to maneuver quickly, then I do see value in that conversation of saying what other type of options are there. I will also say that, I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your answers. Additional questions from the committee? Anyone in Carson City? I don't see anyone asking questions. All right, we have a couple options on this particular item. Option one is to approve the work program. Option two is to approve the work program and direct the office to stop incurring expenditures in fiscal year 2026 related to these grant programs. Or option 2B, which is what I would suggest, is to approve the work program and direct the office to seek an allocation or loan from the IFC contingency account at a future IFC meeting to support expenditures for these programs until the federal grant funds become available for the remainder of fiscal year 2026. Senator Nguyen?
I'd so move to approve that motion.
Second.
Senator Nguyen with a second by Assemblymember Backus. Is there any discussion on that motion? All right, with that, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much, and thank you to the Attorney General's office for being here today. And with that, we will go to item E8, the State Public Charter School Authority.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. I'm Jen Villanueva, Administrative Services Officer with the State Public Charter School Authority. And with me, I have Executive Director Melissa McKinnon. We are here today to request a transfer from our reserve funds to cover projected shortfall in categories 4 and 26. And we are here to answer any questions you may have for us.
All right, thank you very, very much for that quick overview. And I believe Senator Neal has a couple questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Questions missing somewhere. It's not actually on this page. Oh, I'm looking at this one. So, why did the State Public Charter School Authority incur expenditures for a contract program manager position when the 2025 legislature did not approve the continuation of that position after September 2025 expiration of the federal grant supporting the position?
Melissa McKinnon for the record, Melissa Mackedon. Thank you for that question, Senator. If you remember, well, you may or may not remember, we actually had two positions that were MTSS positions. Both were being funded by grants, both that ended at a different time. And we had 20 some odd schools that they were working with, and frankly, it was just an oversight on our part from when the grants ended for each one as we were transitioning. Had some personnel transition at the SPCSA, so that's essentially what happened.
Okay, so let me, because I had to just dig into that a little bit. So there are two different positions and they're both doing MTSS?
Melissa McKinnon for the record. There were two positions. We requested both of them in the session. We didn't get them. The one was on a different timeline, so that one sunsetted. That contractor is gone now. We no longer have her. We have one contract position remaining who is supporting approximately 24 schools that are somewhere in the year 1 through 3 of implementing their MTSS process.
Okay. And the extra expenditure is for the position we did not approve or the current one? Because what it sounds like is we didn't approve the position you wanted and you spent money anyway.
Melissa McKinnon for the record. We did request these positions. They weren't approved, and it was just an oversight of when the grant ended. She kept working. We missed it. That's just the long and short of it.
Okay. All right. That's a problem, right? I don't know how to just I can't just let you just say
100%. We recognize that it was an oversight on our part, and we take accountability for it, and we apologize.
All right. So I have some additional follow-up, Chair, but different questions.
Can I just make a quick comment, Senator Neal, on your last line of questioning? So I understand it was an oversight, and I understand that you apologize, but what things are in place? What procedures are in place so that this doesn't happen again? Because if every agency did that, we'd be in a week-long IFC meeting. So we need some more information rather than, hey, Mom, I'm sorry I got home at 12:30 and I know I was supposed to be home at midnight.
Absolutely. Melissa McKinnon for the record. Essentially, this all sort of happened at the same time. These grants ran out at the same time that we were transitioning in a new AOS officer, and I think what is in place now is both of us. It was also my first time going through the legislative session and understanding how the financial system in the state works. And I think the honest truth is we both have our feet under us now. We both have a better understanding of each position, where they're being funded, how the whole process works. And so I think the reality is the mechanisms and the processes are in place. We just had new people who were learning, myself included, and now we know.
So what if tomorrow all those people, including yourself, leave again and new people come in? Is there nothing in place that gives somebody a little bit of a red flag that says, hey, you need to do this when I leave or when you come in and you're new? Because otherwise we're going to be doing this. We could be doing this tomorrow again.
Absolutely, Melissa McAdam. For the record, that has been a priority of Ms. Villanueva and myself. Sorry, I used to calling her Jen. Of Jen and myself to build that bench and the people on our team below her, so that we all, cross-training, that sort of thing. As a small agency, we haven't really had the many people to do that, but at this time, that is a top priority, and both she and I are focused on that as we build up our staff.
I appreciate that. And I just want to make it clear that I'm not asking you these questions because it's a charter school authority. I'm asking you these questions because I would ask any agency these same questions. And the charter school authority is the same size as many of our agencies, right? That have 70,000 kids in it. So I just want to make sure that we have something in place so that the next person in understands, midnight's the cutoff day, right? Like you got to be home by midnight.
Absolutely.
So that
Absolutely.
red flag
Understood.
is there. Yeah. All right. Senator Neal, please go ahead. You had other questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my next question is, could you provide a status update on the new Medicaid billing initiative and the adoption of the pilot program? And because we have a lot of new people on this committee that are alternates, if you could just probably give a little bit backdrop that you were creating a pilot program during the session and you didn't really know what the expenses would be associated with it. Maybe I just gave the background. Could you answer that question I asked?
Jen Villanueva, for the record, yes, I'd be happy to, and I'm very excited to report that at any time we are ready to submit our first expenditures to get reimbursement through the Medicaid program. We have 3 schools in the South that are on our pilot program, and they've all been working very hard and training with the vendor. They're all getting more and more familiar with the system, more and more familiar with the eligible charges, and we have one small glitch on the software side that is preventing us from submitting those charges to be reimbursed, but we are so close, and we are actually really pushing for the schools to get at least one billing out before Christmas break, and we're hopeful that that'll happen the next couple of days.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm just going to leave that one alone. So my next question is, when does the State Public Charter School Authority anticipate seeking additional expenditure authority to implement the program in its fullest for the remaining sponsored charter schools?
Jen Villanueva, for the record. That's sort of a complicated question and answer. With the state contract coming on board, we will have a little bit of overlap with that, but I'm also happy to report that the same pilot schools have applied to be part of the pilot program with the state, so the transition should be fairly smooth for them. As far as an expense, right now we are supporting the contract with the vendor. That, if goes well, should go away, and we have one full-time employee that we have at SPCSA that is supporting the processes.
question. So, Madam Chair, can I have a quick follow-up?
Please.
So I'm going to add on to the question that I asked. So you're saying it's complicated. You're going to be seeking additional expenditure authority, but I guess the question that I really want to know is how much additional authority will you be seeking, because that cost was not actually put into the budget during the regular session, and you didn't have a clear understanding of what your operational expenses would be for this pilot. So do you know what the total number for your operational expenses is going to be to run this pilot?
Jen Villanueva for the record. Currently, the contract costs are in the backup. There's part of it that's in category 4 for the training and the setup of the system. And then the other part of it is in Cat 26. Again, that's part of what we are requesting to be transferred in reserves here. But because we don't know when the state contract will come on board, we are unsure of when we'll be able to terminate that contract and go over to the state contract. So that's a little bit of an unknown. The position, the management analyst that was approved during legislature, that will be an ongoing cost, and that was in our approved budget. Happy to give you more specifics if I didn't answer your question.
Right. Thanks, Madam Chair. I don't have any more questions.
All right. Thank you very much. I believe Senator Wynn has some questions.
I think you're going to experience the frustration of everyone that sat through 120 days of budgeting and making decisions and vetting these process, because I feel like it is deja vu. And at this point, I mean, you are just illegally creating positions and funding positions. And at this point, it's not just one error. Like, this is like a systematic problem within the authorities. So, I mean, obviously you incurred costs when it comes to this contract legal work like position as well. Is this a similar like excuse that we're going to get, that it was just a part of a transition? And what are you doing in the authority to make sure, other than building a bench and trying to figure this out, like this is like multiple violations of the law to create positions that you're now asking us to fund, when we properly vetted these conversations during the legislative session? I don't know. It's just wildly incompetent at this point. It's like beyond like negligence.
Is your question specifically about the legal services?
Yes. I mean, why did the State Public Charter School Authority incur this contract position cost prior to receiving approval from the IFC to authorize these expenditures? Another overspend and ask for permission after the fact.
I think our intent was to, and Jen can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe our intent was to, we thought we were going to have more cost savings in salaries than we did, and we were attempting to absorb as many of those as we could before we brought it to IFC. The legal position was not something that was in our proposed budget in the session.
I realize that, because if it had been, we've had many conversations during the legislative session where we require different agencies to tell us what their legal workload caseload is to substantiate these costs and these added costs. We want to know that. I don't think we know that, other than I think the authority provided us like some from documentation that there was an increase within charter schools of special education due process complaints, which is also concerning as well. So, I mean, what are those caseload like increases that justify this, contract legal assistant position? Like, how many increase in special education due process complaints are there that have been filed in Clark County that we need to address? And obviously I have concerns that that's a bigger issue, that we need to increase the legal counsel for the charter school authority, because there's an increase in due process complaints with special education children. So can you kind of address that?
Absolutely. Melissa Mackin for the record. So historically, up until about the last year, the State Public Charter School Authority received, 2 to 3 due process or state special ed complaints a year. We have seen a massive uptick in this. This is not something that is unique to charter schools. Clark County School District, Nye County School District has seen a massive uptick in these numbers. I think this year we've received 15. What ended up happening was we had this influx of special education due processes, which I think you understand, there's timelines, there's deadlines that have to be met. And at the same time, we were onboarding several new charter schools whose important documents like bylaws also needed to be reviewed before those schools opened. And so we sought out some assistance in reviewing some documents so that our general counsel could stay focused on the special education issues. But it certainly is not a situation that is unique to the State Public Charter School Authority. It's a widespread problem in Southern Nevada.
Chair, may I follow up? I mean, I'm not here to discuss the whatabouts and other people, because to be quite frank, they came to the legislative body. They gave us the data that we required in order to make those conversations. They gave us workload and they substantiated their requests for additional legal counsel by providing that kind of like documentation, like how many lawsuits does the charter authority currently have pending with regard to this to justify the increase in this position that you have already spent without asking?
Melissa Mackin for the record. To be clear, when we built our budget, we hadn't seen this increase in the last biennium. Right now, I believe there are 9 active due process cases, but I will have to double check. These are quickly moving. They settle every day. So I'll have to get back to you with a firm number on how many are still in active resolution.
Thank you. And, again, I think we heard the answer in Senator Neal's previous question about what you're doing to make sure that you are not here next month with another request after having overspent or taking the authority on yourself to create positions and pay for people when grants have ended. But again, hopefully you will have another answer to this that's probably similar, but what specific steps are you putting in your standard operating procedures to make sure that we are not here in February with the same questions and the same problems?
Melissa Mackin for the record. Again, you're right. It is in fact the same answer that I gave previously. We're building up our bench. We're building up our knowledge. I can assure you this is not a position that I've ever been in or ever want to be in again as long as I am in this role. And I am sure, Jen, I speak for both of us. So that unfortunately is the best I can give you today.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any further.
Assemblymember Brown May.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. I really have more of a statement than a question. While I understand that due process complaints are on the uptick. Every kid should have access to education, and they all should be going through the access to a good quality education. I would hope that the charter school authority in particular would have less cases given the opportunity to be able to serve a smaller number of kids in those specialty classes. So I find it problematic that we are just saying that it's normal, that happens in every school district, and we're on the uptick, because I think we're not serving kids with disabilities appropriately when we're making those kinds of statements. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Additional questions? I think everybody's trying to process this, because we all always want to do what's right for kids, but we tell every agency, we just told NDOC and several others on the ARPA list that they have a budget, they have to work within that budget, and we don't generally alter from that. We've done it with NDE, we've done it with a lot of different entities. So I guess that I would ask for a motion from Senator Nguyen.
Thank you, Chair. I just clarifying how I want to word this. I would make a motion to not approve this budget item and request that the Charter School Authority come back to our February IFC meeting with a more concrete plan of how they plan on preventing something like this in the future and figuring out if they can work within the budget that they already have to account for these costs.
Thank you very much. A second from Assemblymember Backus. Any discussion on this motion? Assemblymember Hafen.
Thank you, Chair. I just was hoping to get clarification on the motion itself to ensure that they would be allowed to come back to the next meeting if we denied it today. Because I do want them to come back. I want them to be able to get the funding, but I want to make sure that there's no issues with legal if we deny it today from them coming back at the next meeting. If we could just get clarification on that, I'd appreciate it.
I can ask legal to weigh in, but we do this all the time. We ask people all the time who don't have, I shouldn't say people, I should say departments and entities to come back all the time with accurate information when they don't have all the information that we as a body need, because we are ultimately responsible for disseminating this fund. So if you would like legal to weigh in, I can ask legal to weigh in. But I think that at this point, it's pretty clear that we just need additional information, and that would be in February. All right, any additional questions? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Nay from Senator Buck and a nay from Senator Titus. With that, motion passes and we will see you in February. Thank you very much, and we will go to item E25.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I was trying to get a question, but then I was going to let it go, but I did vote nay on that, for the record.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Assembly Member. We'll note you as an A.
Thank you.
All right. E25 is the Department of Human Services, Division of Public and Behavioral Health, Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services. And please go ahead when you are ready. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Andrea Rivers, Andrea Rivers, and I serve as the administrator for the Division of Public and Behavioral Health within the Department of Human Services. I'm also joined today by Julie Lynn Smith, agency manager with the Division of Public and Behavioral Health, as well as Deputy Director Christina Hadwick from the Department of Human Services. Before you today is Work Program C79777, which transfers funds in the amount of $1,798,413 from the personnel category, Cat 01, to the professional services category, Category 8, to fund a projected shortfall in budget account 3162, which is the Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services account. We stand for any questions you may have.
All right. I believe Assembly Member Brown May has some questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for the presentation and the information. So we're looking at a transfer of approximately $1.8 million from the personnel category to professional services. And this is something that we continue to look at as staffing for these clinical areas in particular are so difficult. So I'm wondering if you will provide an update. Where are we with regard to state clinical staff vacancy rates and the recruiting efforts for the Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health in particular?
Julie Lynn Smith, agency manager at NAMS for the record. So our current vacancy rate is 31.4%. That is down from 36.24%. Just 2 years ago, we have been making great successes in recruiting. In fact, we even had a psychiatrist come over from contract to state position. However, it is still difficult to hire the psychiatric nurses and licensed clinical social workers. We have been doing many recruitment efforts, doing community outreach events. I don't have my sheet on. We have been attending and mailing out flyers to everybody on the licensures list with QR codes to scan to go directly to our applications in the state site. A lot of word of mouth, a lot of things, and we've seen some success.
Thank you for the detail, Ms. Smith. I'm curious to know, though, can you break down that 31.4% current? Is there a difference between the psychiatric nurses vacancy versus clinical social worker vacancy? And then do you have a wage rate study or analysis that could identify perhaps additional recruiting efforts? And are we developing that internally? Do we have a focused effort on developing these clinical positions within the state?
I have the rates by each position. If you're interested in that, we have not done a wage study internally. I think we were hoping that Durham was completing that for us. The psychiatric nurses have a vacancy rate of 50%. The licensed clinical social workers have a vacancy rate of, hang on, sorry, it's a long list, 55%.
Thank you for that. That's a better clarity for me. 50% of psychiatric nurses is definitely problematic. So if we contract for these positions, then how are we able to contract for positions versus hiring the position? And I'm happy to take that question offline if you feel like you want to get into more detail. But I'm curious to know, is it a different hourly wage rate that we're contracting versus hiring? Is it different hours? Why can we contract when we cannot hire?
It is both of those. We do offer a higher rate to the contractors, although they don't get all the state benefits. So that's how we try to encourage them to come over to the state. And then also a lot of the contract workers work other places. So we contract them for 1 or 2 days. You know, they don't come for a full time always, or they do 410s, which we're not able to do with the collective bargaining agreement.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Chair, for the indulgence.
Thank you very much. I believe maybe Assemblymember Hadagi, do you have a question?
Thank you for being here to answer our questions. And I just kind of want to piggyback off my colleagues' questions, but can you walk us through the agency's plan to address projected funding gaps for staff and professional services at your adult mental health facilities for the remainder of fiscal year 2026 and fiscal year 2027?
Good morning. Thank you for the question. For the record, Andrea Rivers, Madam Chair, through you. We are looking at the vacancy savings throughout the Department of Human Services, but we are looking at this, of course, in DPBH because it's critical to us. So we will be requesting IFC contingency funds for NAMS and our mental health services throughout the biennium to address the shortfall.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Additional questions on this one? Up north, any questions? Not seeing any? Senator Wynn?
I would so move to approve this item.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. With a second from Assemblymember Backus. Any discussion on this item? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries, and we'll move on to E26.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Shannon Bennett. I serve as the Bureau Chief for the Bureau of Behavioral Health, Wellness, and Prevention within the Division of Public and Behavioral Health. And I'm joined today by Ms. Rachel Isherwood to my right. Today we bring work program number C79118 to transfer $10,064,859 from the reserve category to the 988 telecom fees category to continue support for the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline services. And we're happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, I believe Assemblymember Dahlia may have some questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do. Actually have 2 questions with your indulgence. Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you please provide us with a status update on the Nevada 988 program, including any statistics around utilization of the hotline or crisis centers?
Thank you very much for the question, Assemblymember Dahlia. Through you, Chair Dondera Loop. We have seen a drastic increase in the use of the hotline since its inception. If we go back to 2022, in July of 2022, is when the nation switched from a 10-digit suicide crisis lifeline to 988. And since then, we have seen almost 100% increase in the utilization. Since then, we have also, in November of last year, we brought on our partner, Carillon, to help run the call centers and outreach for our programs across the state. They have subcontracted with Crisis Support Services of Nevada, which has been our longstanding suicide lifeline partner, and have also opened up a second call center in Las Vegas. So we have seen tremendous growth, and we have a lot more to bring to the table as we move forward into 2026.
Thank you for the overview. My second unrelated question. Does the agency anticipate that the current fee level of 35 cents per line will cover the existing scope of program services beyond fiscal year 2028? And if not, what services would need to be reduced to address that shortfall?
Thank you, Assemblymember Dahlia, for the question. Shannon Bennett for the record. The way that we are currently set up for this contract as it goes through 2028, it is more than what we bring in, the contract, the payments that we have to make for the contract, and then our operating expenses. We have staff that come out of those fees as well. So those things combined is more by $1 to $2 million a year through the life of the contract. Now we have funds and reserves, as you know, and we plan on pulling from reserves to be square through the contract. Once we get to the end of the contract, or as we start to renegotiate whatever's going to be next, we're going to have to keep that in mind. I think there are some opportunities with Medicaid match that we need to leverage and things of that nature looking forward. I do want to mention that there are a few components of the 988 call center and the technology. A large expense or a large part of the contract is around the technology. And there's pieces of that we couldn't afford this time, and that includes an automatic connection with 211 resources. So that has to be done manually right now. It also includes an automatic connection with our 911 platforms because we want that interoperability with 911. So I think as we move forward, we may have to prioritize what is most important to us. And I will say that it just appears that we've already done some of that work in looking to see what was and wasn't what we could afford this last go around when we negotiated this contract with Carillon. So, but happy to delve into that more if you have more specific questions.
Any additional questions, Assembly Member?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, any questions? Senator Steinbeck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a follow-up, what does interoperability with 911 look like?
Thank you for the question. Shannon Bennett for the record. It's a really great question, and I think it's a very complex one. So what we want to be able to do long-term is we want to be able to really utilize the availability of 988. And at this stage, and even according to some data that we've done with some of our campaign research, the knowledge of what 988 is very low. So we have efforts going forth to improve that. But where we want to go is that the behavioral health calls that inundate our 911 system would go to 988. And that 911 would be able to transfer those calls seamlessly to 988 and vice versa. Now, there's technology that Carillon has available that connects those two pieces between 911 and 988, and that was what I mentioned that we couldn't afford. So then they can see in real time all of the things that are going on. I think the other important piece to think about as we're thinking about these programs and building them out in our communities is law enforcement always the right ones to be responding to behavioral health situations, crises in the community. And we are doing a lot of work, and we have a lot more work to do to really fully integrate the mobile crisis teams, being able to build up those services in the community. So if it is law enforcement responding, perhaps they have a clinician and a peer with them. So then those individuals in the community that may be in crisis are being de-escalated right there and getting the resources they need. And then it really also supports our law enforcement officers. And I will just mention as well that we did a strategic plan in last year, and one of the highlights for our crisis programming was to really support law enforcement in all of these efforts too, because they really see the bulk of those behavioral health calls at this point.
Additional questions on this particular item? Anyone up north?
Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I think the 988 program is critically important, and I think it does save lives. Question and just clarity on this $10.1 million from reserve reductions. Just to put it on the record, these are funds that have already been collected from the 911 system. These are not general fund allocations, correct?
Thank you very much, Senator Titus. Through you, Don Daraloop, to Senator Titus. Shannon Bennett for the record. Correct. We, you may remember all the way back into 2021 when the legislative body passed the initial authority for the Board of Health to collect fees. So we started collecting fees based off of those regulations in June of 2023, and then this body came back together during the 2023 legislative session, did some cleanup, and then put that fee in statute. And so we've really seen that revenue. July of 2023 was that first month that we've really started collecting. But we didn't have a contract in place till November of last year. So the expenses have really started hitting since then.
Follow up, if I might, Madam Chair, on that. So you mentioned the timeline on when we got this started, and one of the concerns we had at the time was there was a pretty open how much they could be assessed, and the decision was to assess the maximum that was allowed at that time in that bill. So you went up to the 35 cents, and so we're at the max that was authorized, correct?
Thank you, Senator Titus, for the question. Shannon Bennett for the record. Yes, so the way that the original bill, the original language that Board of Health would assess that, but then that second bill that came in the 2023 legislative session put 35 cents in statute. So that's what we are collecting right now, correct. Senator Titus.
And final, just at that time, and I know from a procedural thing, you assess 702 area codes, 775 area codes. At this time, however, we're collecting money regardless of your area code on those bills, because I want to make sure that Nevada is very transient. People come and go. Most of our citizens, Nevadans now, have come from other states, and that's great, but they keep their cell numbers. And so this 35 cents is on all Nevadans with cell or any kind of phone?
Thank you for the question, Senator Titus. It's a good one. Our telecom company partners indicate that they use the billing address. So if the billing address is in Nevada, they collect the fee from that person that lives in Nevada.
Last question. One of the issues when it first started also was they were only able to identify where the area code was, and we weren't able to really identify where these folks were if they needed immediate help. And I know there's a privacy concerns, et cetera, when somebody dials in. But at this time, if need be, we can actually go beyond it, where the cell phone, it's not based on the area code, it's actually based on where the call is placed, correct?
Thank you, Senator Titus, for the question. Shannon Bennett for the record. You are correct. In September of last year, geo-routing went live. 988 is a national thing. So there is a national partner that helps route calls, and they're the ones who make some of these really large changes. That partner is called Vibrant, and they work with SAMHSA at the federal level. But in September of last year, geo-routing came into place, so they can triangulate the basic location and get that person to the call center closest to them.
Great. Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the questions. It's a great service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Additional concerns, questions? All right, with that, I'll accept a motion.
I'd so moved. Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much, Senator Nguyen. Second from Assemblymember Backus. All those in favor, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And we will move on to E54.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. For the record, Lynette Aaron, Deputy Director with the Nevada Health Authority. Work Program C79830 requests to transfer approximately $485,000 from the reserve category to the operating category to support contractual obligations to fund temporary healthcare facility management services at 4 locations operated by Mariah. We stand for any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? I'll start with Senator Nguyen.
I appreciate you being here, and I know that you guys have been dealing with a lot when some of these things most recently came to light. I know that we've seen, I've read and seen horrific news stories, and I was reading through some of the just honestly heartbreaking testimony. God, it makes me sad to just think about these kids and these families. And then the people that came and testified, and now we're also hearing from neighbors describing scared kids hiding in their garbage because they're scared of the employees and the staff that are in these homes. Kids running unsupervised through the neighborhood, being caught on ring cams. Like this is horrible. And I was reading an article, and I know that you guys have been working with Clark County, that when the state finally showed up to investigate some of these Las Vegas group homes, they were even denied access at the door. And then the courts have, let us down as well. Although it sounds like now you guys are able to go in. So it feels like what we're seeing is just the tip of the iceberg. And so it kind of gets me to the first of several questions, Chair, if that's okay, about how long has the state actually known about some of these problems? And families have been writing letters, they've testified, sounds like they've are bringing up these concerns for months. I know we had a legislative audit in 2024. What was this agency doing? And I realize this is a new agency, so I don't know if you can speak to what the previous administration was doing in the executive branch to address some of the concerns that we knew were taking place in 2024 from that audit. And why did it take for news cameras and social media posts and like it to rise to this level to finally get the attention of the state?
Madam Chair, Stacey Weeks for the record. Since this came to our attention after ACQC moved over to the Health Authority, I just want to start out with saying we have moved pretty quickly to take action. I do think there's a resource need for our inspection team and possibly some changes in state law as well as stronger changes into our regulations to allow our staff who are investigating or need to investigate to be able to do that effectively and to ensure when things of this nature are coming forward that there is really no tolerance in this state. And I think that is really where we need to go, and that is something we'll be bringing forward To answer your question, Senator, about the timeline, I will follow up with you in more detail. I want to be mindful of some of the confidential information. I do know our staff have been investigating and have been trying to remediate some of these issues, but this has been a challenging situation and for everyone involved. And I think all of us, I know we've been working closely with Clark County, Metro Police, even DCFS has helped step in to support these efforts to shut down these facilities, as well as bring in our temporary management team. I think afterwards there's going to be a need for all of us to debrief and look at the situation and figure out what tools we need to ensure that we'll be able to act faster and swifter to these issues. So at this time, that's all I can commit and answer, but I'm happy to follow up in writing with more detail about some of the complaints and how long we've had them.
Thank you very much, Senator Wynn. I appreciate the confidentiality piece, but honestly, now that this is a community issue, I'm not sure it even matters. We have parents coming forward, and this is a horrible, horrible situation for these teens and parents who may be out of state, who have put parents there that can't get to their kids. And now these things are happening. So the communities, of which I am very well aware of and know where they are, have also been basically traumatized by all of this. I can't imagine going out to my garbage and finding kids hiding. I just can't even imagine how I would feel. I would love if the county would come up and so we could ask a couple questions as well. I think that I don't know, but it feels like everything that could go wrong did go wrong and continues to go wrong. So I just want to know how we're moving forward so kids are safe and we don't have these facilities collecting money in charge of kids and neighborhoods that are being impacted all under taxpayer dollars.
Chair, committee member Stacy Weeks for the record. I can't answer about, as of Thursday, we did suspend the license and revoke. So that is official. There is no more state funding going into these facilities. I can't speak to the details, but there's possible revocation of previous funding. So we are taking this seriously, and I completely agree and am horrified as well by the things that we've learned too. I totally appreciate the confidentiality piece, and I just want to clear it with our attorneys, but I will share everything I can with this committee in writing, if that is okay. But I'm happy to take any other further questions on that.
Thank you. And before I go to Senator Flores, Ms. Jacobs, if you could just answer that same question or comment that I sort of made with a question in there from the county issue.
Senator Dondera Loop, Joanna Jacob for the record on behalf of Clark County. I will acknowledge some of the public comments that, and especially Commissioner Jones' involvement through the years, especially Mr. Shannon, who was mentioned. So I will tell you, and I'm going to have to speak hypothetically here at this point, because in the case, multiple departments from the county have been involved. I can acknowledge that. There is active litigation that has been filed against the state and the county, so I can't not speak to many things. To the extent that reports are made to Child Protective Services, hypothetically and globally, those complaints are confidential to protect the families and the children. We do have the ability to file complaints or to accept complaints against a provider. Generally, what it usually happens at that point is because the facility, these types of facilities are licensed and regulated by the state. We report to the state licensing and regulatory authority. So to the extent that there's a timeline on complaints, we would be glad to work with Ms. Weeks and the state on fleshing out that timeline. There was a mention about zoning in the public comment, and I will tell you, I stepped out to see if I could follow up on that. The county was sued many years ago by a Fair Housing Council, and we have entered into a settlement agreement under the Fair Housing Act that these types of group homes, and you'd be surprised on how many there are in Clark County. Not all of them are bad actors, but they are licensed. And as long as they're a distance under the terms of that settlement agreement, which we must abide by, if there's a distance separation that they meet, those facilities are licensed. I cannot speak to, it is true. I think there was a mention we went out to try to investigate. That was acknowledged in the news. And I will tell you, we were barred from accessing the facility because the provider had sued the state and there was a temporary restraining order, and that was keeping us from being able to access the facility. We are working with the state and with Metro. I worked on it over the last couple of weeks, over the weekend. We have been in good, I will acknowledge Director Weeks's comments that we are working with the state very collaboratively on this to the extent that we can. That's all I can say today. I hope and appreciate that I'm not trying to hide information from the committee, but it is an active investigate. It's active on the ground right now. Director Weeks had said there is probably the need for an after action report after we get through this. And we will, of course, be at the table with the state partners and with Metro on this and likely come back if there is further regulatory or statutory issues that we need to address. We are committed to doing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Flores, did you have a question, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. And if I may start with a general question, and then if it's okay with you, Madam Chair, move into a more specific question.
Certainly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is more of a broad question. You mentioned that there was a revocation of a license already, and that the state has jumped in other homes. Can you tell me what is happening specifically with those individuals? So where there is a revocation, where are those kids now? Have they been rehomed? What is happening there?
Madam Chair, committee member Stacy Weeks for the record. I can tell you that as of Thursday, we tried to enter 4 homes. At that point, all the kids had been moved into 2 homes. 2 of the homes have been shut down. And just to be clear, these are legally considered right now licensed as a psychiatric residential treatment center. So just to be clear, they're not considered a group home, even though they are like a group home setting, right? So I think I just want to be clear on that. In those 2 houses, we found 9 children. We have authority, thankfully, under our regulations. I think it's probably the best provision we have right now that allowed us to, and that's why we have the work program in front of you for the money, to bring in a physician out of state, a team that does this across the country to help facilities transition when there is safety and emergencies. We have 2 social workers on the ground with the kids, 2 environmental staff, and 1 HR individual that helps with HR, medical records, 5 nurses, and a project manager. And I want to say they brought in more people in the last week. And our goal now is to work with them, who they are assessing these kids, ensuring they get safe treatment, medications, ensuring everything is up to date. And as you guys know, under the Department of Justice settlement agreement, we are not allowed to institutionalize any child that doesn't meet a certain level of need. So these assessments are critical. And then any child that we find that doesn't meet the level of need, even if it's Medicaid or private pay, we're going to work with those families if they're willing to work with us and help move their child into the appropriate setting. Some will need to go home. I can't speak to the numbers. And some will need to go into other residential treatment facilities. My goal now is to ensure that we're not re-traumatizing these children, because I think in this job, since I started in the state, this is a 3rd facility that I know of that I've been involved in that had to have been shut down. I think I've been here about 3.5 years, and every time it's pretty sad and really hard and traumatizing on these kids. So we want to make sure where we send these kids, if they do need to stay in residential treatment, that it's a safe facility and one that we feel strongly that's quality care. So I just want to end with that. But at this point, there are 9 kids that we are working to transition.
And the follow-up on that is how, if we're comparing the transition team to what we would say is adequate care, what they were supposed to be receiving, and not looking back at the horrific situations they were in, because clearly anything from what they were experiencing to now will probably be better. We're praying that that's the case. So I don't want to set the tier down there. If they were receiving the care they were supposed to be receiving from day one, and we compare that to the transition team, where do you think that aligns? Do you think they're getting much better care now, that transition team, than the bar is of what we would expect? Or do you think it's adequate? And then the second question is, what is the timeline that we suspect it will take for us to identify the needs emotionally, physically, mentally, and so that we're properly placing them where they deserve to be?
Madam Chair, Stacey Weeks for the record. Those are all very good questions. I'll start with the care. I can't speak to, I will tell you, under federal law, there are minimum qualifications for these facilities. There's a reason there's federal law around this, because these facilities have a history of, there's been issues over time, and seclusion, restraints, abuse. So there's a reason federal lawmakers and there's regulations around this have put those in place. Those regulations require a minimum level of clinical staffing. I can tell you right now, this team is above and beyond the minimum. I think that's something we may want to consider in this state. Obviously, there's a lot to think about, but I will tell you, I think we're above and beyond right now, and I have full faith in this team, and I will tell you, be honest, I was put at ease the moment they got in. I think I can speak for my team, that it brought us ease and comfort to know that they were there. I think where we're at right now, I can tell you we have placed some of the children. I don't want to speak too much to how many, because I never know what's going to come out in the news tomorrow, and I don't want to identify any children. But I can tell you, I think at this rate, we probably be out of this house, hopefully, or all the homes, and have all the kids placed, hopefully by early next week. Prior to this, we went through this with another facility. It feels like 9 months ago, I can't remember now. But we had over 20 kids, and it took us 3.5 weeks. Our team is pretty fantastic. A lot of those were Medicaid. This, unfortunately, is a mix of private pay and Medicaid from out of state. So that's also challenging. It takes a little time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe Assemblymember Brown May has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. This is just heartbreaking and horrifying that we would put kids in this situation, and it took us so long, it seems, to address it. I'm curious to know, I have a couple of questions, if you don't mind, Chair. Were we assessing the provider organization that brought the restraining order against the state that didn't allow us to go in? Did we already have a number of complaints and that would have identified a problem was existing in this home? And how long had we been tracking that? I understand that there's pending litigation, that we may not be able to answer that on the record today, but really, I'm curious to know, when does this move from a civil complaint to a criminal complaint? Because we're seeing some consistency in the complaints that are happening.
Madam Chair, Stacey Weeks for the record. I'm trying to be careful with my words, and I apologize. I can say that, yes, the reason is it was in the news as well. We were trying to go into those facilities to investigate complaints. We have since gotten what we needed, and obviously feel like we have the legal basis to bring the suspension. And that occurred after the restraining order was lifted, obviously, when we got, as the judge ordered the medical records and everything to be released. Once we were able to get everything we needed, we did have what we needed to go in with a suspension, which I think is also public record. And if, I think we have shared that with the committee. If not, we can do that afterwards if you'd like to see it.
Thank you. Are you able to identify that if there was a medical director that was on staff or with the provider home previous to that, were these kids actually getting treatment as was required?
Madam Chair, Stacey Weeks for the record. This is something I think I have to be careful how I speak about. I think what we have stated in our letter, which is public, the pieces that are public, we can state that they were not able to satisfy that requirement.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. I do have a number of other questions, Chair. I'm going to take them offline given that we have pending litigation and there's some serious issues. I'm just curious to know, are we now leaning on Child Haven and Clark County's existing services while we're looking to rehome these kids?
Madam Chair, Stacey Weeks for the record. I would let Joanna speak to any of the children that have had to go to that direction, but our goal in bringing in the temporary team was to keep the children safe in the current setting, and so they did not have to go to Child Haven, and ensure that they, our goal is to keep them there and to not have to move them around until they are ready and we know where they need to be. So like I mentioned, that's the 9 kids that we were able to come upon when we came in on Thursday last week.
Joanna Jacob, for the record, JACOB, on behalf of Clark County, through you, Chair, to Assembly Member Brown May. The only thing I'm going to say right now is that just for the committee, the scope of our jurisdiction, Clark County Child Welfare, is where there is abuse, neglect, or abandonment of a child. The parents, if parents are involved in a case, we do not have jurisdiction over this, and that is because parents are involved. We are, of course, working with the state, and this is where we are working collaboratively with Director Weeks. So that's what I'm going to say today, and happy to follow up offline with any of the committee members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. I believe that Assemblymember Mosca has a question.
Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Jacob, I have another question for you. I wanted to thank everybody for all their hard work, especially the parents who testified here today. But for Ms. Jacob, I had a question just regarding just putting it on record that why Child Haven is not set up or equipped to be a place that where these young people could go as an appropriate setting.
Through you, Chair Dondera Loop, to Assemblywoman Mosca. For those of you who have worked with us through the years and who have sat in particular on the Health and Human Services Committee in both the Senate and the Assembly, you have heard us over and over say that Child Haven is licensed as a child care facility, is a temporary shelter for where there are allegations of abuse and neglect, where we have to take action, where where there's those types of allegations, and it is there as a temporary basis and a shelter. And we have talked about care and the type of facility. Director Weeks put it on the record on the type of facility. Child Haven is not a residential treatment center. It is not a place where we have the clinical services really available, and it's not an appropriate setting for that type of case. So I'll just stop there. That is our position, and that is the purpose of Child Haven.
Thank you very much. I believe Senator Neal has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it was just one question. This is to Administrator Weeks. You had brought up that this was like, in your tenure in your position, you have seen these kinds of, I guess, a similar circumstance prior to this. What kind of statutory changes is being anticipated to kind of deal with the residential psychiatric, I guess, setup? Because if we know that there's a problem, first, why haven't we done any kind of statutory changes in order to try to make it make sense? 2, what's on the table in order to try to adjust the structure of these kinds of facilities that exist within the state so that we don't run into this kind of problem?
Madam Chair, Stacey Weeks for the record. Thank you for the question, Senator. So when it comes to why, I can't speak to that. Unfortunately, I can tell you, I think the patterns are similar, and that's why I think we know, I think we have to do something differently, and I think that's what we are all committing to going forward. I will tell you, we are bringing in HMA, the Health Management Associates. They're going to be doing an audit, assessment of our current process. They're going to be focused on PRTFs first, and they're also going to look at skilled nursing facilities. We're going to focus in on all of our our vulnerable populations that are served in facilities and ensure that we have the tools we need at our licensing side, inspection side, as well as response. I think what we're learning, some of the statutory things that come to my mind, Senator, are, having additional resources and a special crisis response team, not crisis, but a triage team, a team that can consist of some clinicians, and obviously it could be more contracted work, but we need more clinicians to be able to go out and ensure these facilities are providing the appropriate level of care. I think that's often hard for some of our licensing team, and we need to support that. I also think that we need more resources on our teams at ACQC so they can be more responsive, and so they have what they need to take action. Something that comes to mind as we've been working on this is that in our state, and I don't know if other states do this, I was going to talk to HMA, but it's something that I would recommend and I want to bring forward next session, is that we keep a census of every child that comes to this state and is served in one of these facilities. We have no idea right now who has been through these homes and where they are. And I think we need that so we can ensure who is being taken care of, right? Even if they are paid for by Medicaid in another state. These kids, when they're in our state, we need to be responsible for them. So that's something I think and strongly believe in. I also think we need to have update our laws around how often these facilities are inspected and examined for compliance. So those are the things I want to bring forward, but also just strengthening our ability to take action and have no tolerance for these issues.
Madam Chair, just a quick follow-up.
Sure.
So in this, I guess, future conversation around statutory changes, is there also going to be a conversation included in what you kind of listed dealing with the private pay side of this with the insurers? Because whatever you're going to adjust, right, has to be covered. And at the end of the day, an insurance company to a degree has some compliance to make sure that if a facility is billing in a particular way, to at least try to determine if that is appropriate, if the care was actually done, right, before payment. And so there's a private pay side to this. And so I'm wondering if that's also going to be under consideration to try to figure out, the extension of how much, an insurer may need to get involved in terms of when there's billing and payment associated with a care model that is harmful.
Madam Chair, Stacey Weeks for the record. Yes, we are looking at how do we ensure that we are able to take the insurers feel like they can share that information with us. Also ensuring there's a lot of confidentiality around all of this, and I think sometimes the process gets really too tight, and then we're not sharing the information we all need to make decisions, including insurers need the information as well if we know something. And so we need to look at what laws we need in place. I think we also have to remember not every insurer is licensed in the state, even though they're bringing a child into the state. So we have to think about what can we put on the owner, because we know we can require them through license to insure certain things, and then what things can we do with the insurers that we have some authority over here in our state. And then also thinking through Medicaid nationally, how are we sharing information? I know we're not the only state struggling with these facilities and sort of ensuring safety and care, and I think that's something we need to talk to our National Association of Medicaid Directors on what can we do nationally to ensure that we're able to share information so we understand who the good actors are and then who the bad ones are. It's really important for us to know so we can support we want good actors to come in and provide these facilities and these care, but we need to ensure that we have what we need to share that information. So yes, we are looking at that. I would also just mention sometimes parents are paying out of pocket, and so that's also a challenge. So that's why I lean more to putting the onus on the owner to provide notice to us of any complaints or insurance. But we'll be talking more about that, Senator, and we'll be working with our attorneys on what we can do.
Thank you very much. And I just want to follow up on a question, and I don't know if this is a county question or a state question or maybe both of you, but are these, I'm a little bit confused as to the trail of information. And while I understand that they can be coming from out of state, that they can have different providers, parents could be paying privately, aren't they going to school? Like, how are they being educated? And if they're going to school, if they're in juvenile court services, sorry, I've been around long enough since it was called that. If they're in that area, they're being schooled, and we have a documentation that they're being schooled. So what's happening that we have kids in a home that's been licensed that aren't going to school?
Madam Chair, Stacey Weeks for the record. That's a very good question. Some of these programs, depending on where the child is, is in their treatment, they're supposed to be getting education. I can't speak to the matter here at hand with Mariah facility, but I can tell you that a lot of these facilities use online education, and that could be the issue for tracking that at the state level. So again, I think we need a way to ensure that we know every child that comes into the state and where, that we know that they're at a facility so we can track them.
Yeah, I mean, even if they're online, there's some place, and I heard you say, you don't know if they're being educated. That's even a bigger problem. But I think that's what I heard you say. That's a bigger problem if they're not being educated. If you had a 14, 15-year-old girl or boy that's not being educated and they're just running the streets or getting in fights or whatever they're doing because no one's monitoring their behavior and really doing the job that they're supposed to be doing. And it's very scary to me that we don't even know. Like, how can we have all these entities involved, all this licensing involved? And yes, this particular situation with this company has brought this to the light. But if we know that there are many, many group homes or facilities in Nevada, I will say in general, not just Las Vegas or Clark County, like, who's on first? This is nuts. I can't even, I have no words. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Stacey Weeks for the record. And I'm sorry I can't speak to whether or not these kids had education. I just can't speak to that at this time. I think we're in that litigation phase of that. I will say we'll be on first for the things that we can do. We do have funding under our budget account 3177. We also have reserves in ACQC. We can see how much we have there to spend. I would like to build some teams to bring in to ensure we have the resources that our teams need to ensure that these facilities have better oversight. And so that is something I think we need to provide. And so I want to commit to bringing something forward next year in a future IFC so we have and can hire contractors and staff that we need to get more on the ground. But there will need to be statutory changes to give us what we need to. So I will be bringing those forward next session.
All right, thank you. And I would ask the county to please, I don't know that you need to come all the way up, Ms. Jacobs, but I would like to know if these children were educated. You may not know that today, but there has just got to be some paper trail someplace, whether they requested payment for the county school district the state for the per pupil funding, whether they enrolled them in an online course with XYZ company. There's got to be something somewhere that says what is happening with these kids. And if that's not happening, then we do have people who probably shouldn't be employed in those positions. And we need to find people that really want to take care of kids. I believe that, who's next? Senator Wynn and then Assembly Member Nadeem. You want to go ahead?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. My question is very much similar to that is Senator Dina. The situation is very scary, and I would like to know that for other facilities like these as present, do we have agencies or officers that go out and visit and inspect those facilities to make sure that the kids are safe in such facilities and are being taken care of?
Madam Chair, Stacey Weeks, the record. My understanding is that we're required, if there's a complaint, to investigate. Otherwise, I want to say it's every 5 years is what the law requires. I think, again, like I mentioned, we need, if we want to do more reoccurring and more frequent inspections, we need more staff to do that.
Thank you.
Senator Wynn?
Kind of piggybacks off that. I mean, I'm looking at this legislative audit from 2024. Obviously, the one from 2025 has not been published. But in that case, LCB auditors reviewed 2,039 complaints. And I'm assuming that your agency did not go out and do 2,039 investigations of these facilities. Is that my understanding?
Madam Chair, Stacey Weeks, the record. I can't confirm that here, but that is a lot given the number of staff that we have.
And just following up on that, I mean, I'm hopeful that it doesn't need to wait until 2027 for some of these things. I recognize that you will need, and I'm appreciative that you're already looking at like statutory changes that need to take place. But it feels like there are some other things that don't rise to the level of statutory complaints to get some of these changes, policy changes in place for how you address this. Also in that audit, you know, there were 2,039 complaints filed in 2024, but to show how inconsistently things are like documented, 57 facilities reported 0 complaints. So obviously there's some sort of like disconnect in the reporting of complaints that I don't think takes statutory changes. Do you agree that there are some changes that we can have some instantaneous like changes in how we're monitoring these facilities?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Stacey Weeks, to the record. Yes, I do. I want to move as quickly as we can on this, and as much as we can, make some changes administratively. There may need to be changes in regulation, which I'm just going to whine for a minute. It's a very long process, but we will work with you all on getting that done. But we will do as much as we can internally, administratively. But we want to be careful that what we're finding is these folks can be sometimes very litigious, and we want to make sure that we can hold up in court when we take actions. But I think when it comes to oversight, Senator, there is much more that we can be doing. And like I mentioned, I do want to bring, hopefully if I can meet deadlines, I'm looking at Lynette for February IFC, we'll be bringing forward a proposal for additional staffing and possibly a contract clinical team that we can lean on to go out and really assess these facilities and other vulnerable populations.
Thank you. And I recognize that you may have your hands tied in not being able to talk about things that are pending, but I know that myself and probably other members of the legislative body have been able to listen to the public testimony, read those letters from family members. You know, I've watched, you know, and I'm grateful for the parents that are advocating for their kids that they thought they were putting in a safe place to get the treatment and to get the care that they needed because they weren't able to provide that care. I've watched plenty of parents on their social media accounts, like advocating the only way that they know because they are putting in complaints and they are going unread. So, you know, just the horrific conditions about not feeding children with eating disorders that are in these facilities, or children running away or being taken down to the strip and provided alcohol by staff members. Like I saw that on one of these parent blogs. There are horrible things that seem to be taking place, including fighting within the facilities and being locked in rooms, and just, I mean, it breaks my heart to know that there are children that are in there. And I'm grateful that these parents that are using their voice in some of these like alternative platforms to voice their concern, because I don't know if we would ever know about them otherwise. But I'm equally concerned about like the children that are in foster care that don't maybe have those parental advocates right now. So that brings me to my question about how many children, Medicaid or private pay, that have been served in these homes over the last year or even since it's open. I'm curious of how many kids have been subject to the conditions that are, alleged in these homes.
Madam Chair, Stacey Weeks for the record. I can't give you that number, and that's why I think we need a census in this state to track these children that come in. They are required to have medical records. As you can see in the letter, those things were not provided fully. So I cannot tell you how many children have been in that facility.
Thank you. And I look forward, and I'm sure all of us look forward to working together to come up with solutions on what we can do in the immediate and what we need to do long term to ensure that, not only our children that live here in Nevada, but those that are coming from out of state are protected.
Additional questions on this item? Up north?
At this point, Chair, would you accept a motion to approve the expenditures as indicated?
Second.
Yes, thank you. Senator Wynn and Assemblymember Bacchus. Any discussion on this motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries, and we look forward to having further information from Director Weeks and Ms. Jacobs in the county. Thank you very much. All right, with that, all right. I think what we're going to do really quick, because we have some more items, of course, on our list. Before we go to E73, I think that we are going to pause and take a 30-minute lunch, and then we will come back and continue with our agenda. And the next thing that we will be doing is E73, which is the Transportation, Department of Transportation. And so with that, we'll stand in recess. Thank you. All right, we will come back to order and we will go to item E73. And the Department of Transportation, when you are ready, you may come to the table. Apologies, you got caught in the lunch break, but here we are. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Felicia Denny, and I'm the Assistant Director of Administration at NDOT, and we'd like to thank you for the opportunity to discuss our work program with you today. Work program C78241 was submitted to allow NDOT to receive approximately $4.4 million in reimbursement from Brightline West, and this is to cover our oversight related to a $3 billion Federal Railroad Administration grant to Brightline West. Brightline West, the project is a high-speed passenger rail system that will connect Las Vegas to Southern California. And joining me today, next to me, is Pedro Rodriguez and Eric Sheets from our project management office. And in Las Vegas, we have Sarah Watterson, who's the president of Brightline West, to help us out too. And we're more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for being here. And I drive by this project frequently on the way to my daughter's house, so I'm aware of the traffic issues. I will start with Assembly Member Backus has some questions.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I may have a couple questions. First, just kind of curious if you can kind of give us an update on the status of the construction of the Brightline West high-speed railway line, also including like anticipated completion date and how the project has progressed to date, and any challenges that the project is experiencing.
Here we go. Thank you. NDOT, is it okay if I take this? Sarah Watterson. Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me today. And thank you for your support throughout the past several years working on this with all of you. That's the first I heard about traffic issues, by the way, Sharon. So we have to talk about that after, and we'll make sure we address that.
We'll take a drive.
I'll try and take each of those questions separately. Please let me know if I leave anything out, but maybe it's best if I start with a general update. I had a beautiful presentation to share with today, but I think the meeting went 8 hours last time. And so I'm happy to share that presentation with all of you separately if it's helpful for background information. It includes pictures of construction progress and just generally a little bit more information on the project. So many of you know, what the project is. We're a 218-mile system connecting from Las Vegas to Southern California. We'll hit speeds of 186 miles an hour, making us the first true high-speed rail system in America, and we'll carry people between these two locales in just about 2 hours, greatly increasing the functionality of what is currently mostly the drive today. About 85% of people do the drive today, and as many of you know, it's continually getting worse. All of those things have created great bipartisan support for this project. We've been very fortunate across the board, working across two federal administrations. When I first came onto this project, it was the first Trump administration. It then was the Biden administration, where the infrastructure grant was passed for the $3 billion, and subsequently under the second Trump administration of the project, there's also been great support. And so very thankful, across state and federal and county and city and all of the different jurisdictions we work with, that our benefits, I think, are far reaching on jobs, on creation of an industry, on the environment, and many more far reaching benefits that have created very broad support. So we set out about 5 years ago now to do everything that we needed to do to set ourselves up for this project. We now have since gotten all of the land to build on. We've gotten all of the permits to build on. We've finished engineering on a number of different contracts that we're working on, and we've assembled components of the financing to build the job and are working on the remaining financing. A big step in the direction, and this is where I'll kind of go to the update on the project status, is the beginning of 2025, we accessed about $2.5 billion of private activity bond financing, which layered on to our $3 billion federal grant, so both matching grant that we received. And so that enabled us to greatly expedite the completion of lots of our engineering work and actually start signing the beginning of construction contracts. To date, we've signed 4 construction contracts. The first of which was actually signed in May of 2024. It was our Siemens construction contract. It's for the manufacturing of our 10 train sets. The majority of that work for the first 2 train sets is being done in Germany under a waiver from the Buy America provision. And then the remaining 8 train sets will be built in New York. And then everything will actually be sent here to Nevada, where our vehicle maintenance facility will be, and the trains will be repaired, maintained, and operated forever and ever here, kind of, from that point on. For those first 2 train sets, we had some exciting updates this summer where we actually, we expect the first car body shell to be finished in February. And so we actually started doing testing with the Federal Railroad Administration this August in Germany. And so they did fire testing for window protection and things like that. And so there's actually, trains being built, which I think for me and for I think 70 people that work under Brightline West is the most exciting part that we can start seeing those come to life. The second, and I would say the second part of that is our New York facility is a brand new facility that's being built by Siemens that will support this train order and hopefully more, beyond that. And the full structure, it's more of a kind of tilt-up building, but the full structure of that building is up. So construction has commenced on that as well, which is a big piece of the remaining 8 train sets. The second contract that we signed in June of 2025 is our Las Vegas station contract and the complex of things that go into that. The main works that have started on that contract to date are we have infrastructure on the site. We have a culvert and sewer relocation project that's been going on, I want to say, since July. And that's nearing completion soon. That was why, if maybe the traffic that was mentioned, a part of Las Vegas Boulevard, a lane had been partially closed for a few months, but that's coming to completion now. And the good news about that site, for those of you that are local, is all the rest of the construction for that site is really being done for closer to the 15. And so that culvert relocation, sewer relocation would have had to been done on that land no matter what at some point. The second part of what we're working on the Las Vegas station site right now is the building of a parking structure. So if you drive past the site today, you'll see, I think our elevator shaft today is up to floor 4. It's a 4-story parking garage. It'll park 875 cars. It'll be directly adjacent to our actual station building and our pickup drop-off area. And so the actual parking deck is about at floor 2. But components of it are continuing to go up quite quickly, and expect that part to be complete in the first half of 2026. The third contract that we signed in July of 2025 was our contract with Las Vegas Paving. And that contract includes 34 miles of civil works that'll be done from California-Nevada state line all the way to our Las Vegas station. The primary works that are ongoing under that contract to date have been putting in a temporary construction water line and fulfilling our environmental obligations, such as adding, desert tortoise fencing or clearing culverts and things of that nature that we have to do under the environmental obligations that we have. Our fourth contract that we signed was in August of 2025, and that was for our vehicle maintenance facility. That's a 192,000 square foot building, main building that will be built right on Sloan Road in the 15, basically just push back off the 15 off Sloan Road. across from where the raceway is, if you've been by Sloan Racetrack. And that will have the main building that I mentioned where our trains will be maintained and repaired. It'll have a train wash building, whereas our trains leave to go back out, they'll pass through a train wash. It'll actually house our operations control center, which will be kind of the nucleus of our operations and serve as dispatch headquarters. So we signed a contract for that work in August of 2025. And we've started mostly site clearing, mass grading, fence work around that site, and preparation work for what's next. We have 5 more packages of contracts. We have a track and systems component that will cover all of the signaling and communications and power and electrification that's necessary for running an electric train. We have then Southern California station contract that will be for the Rancho Cucamonga station, nearly a 4,000 space parking structure on the California side, and a 1-mile viaduct tying that station to the I-15. And then we have 3 civil contracts on the California side that are very similar to the work happening under the Las Vegas paving one, but comprising 185 miles on the California side. All those contracts are in different stages, but nearing completion. We're working very closely. Possible that some of them get signed, honestly, before the end of this year, and then working hard to get them signed, the rest of them in the early new year. The reason why it was important for us to start the work in Nevada, other than wanting to start the work, is this is where our test track will be. This is where our trains will be delivered to, and so this is where we'll begin the physical. There's a lot of non-physical and non-site testing that goes on for our trains beforehand, but the physical test track is actually going to occur here in Nevada. And it'll go basically just past Mountain Pass to around our Las Vegas station. And so it was important for us to start on that so that we can maintain timeframes. From a timeframe perspective, I think to answer that question, we set out for this project wanting to have everything complete in 2028. About a year ago, when we received the federal grant and understood the timeline that it took to get that, we realized that this was going to be more of a 2029 project. And so our current time for completion is second half of 2029. However, that test track, we're still working to get in and around the Olympics in third quarter of 2028. We're working really hard. We're signing those contracts and doing a lot of this early work to make sure that we can have our best chance of meeting that test track early and running trains and having the time we need, and then some to test it and to have it working here. Did I miss one of your questions, though, Assemblymember Backus?
That was a really comprehensive
sorry.
update. No, I appreciate it. I didn't realize. I know how much work is going into it. It's a very large project, but I appreciate all the updates and especially the work that's going in on the Nevada side. Looking at my backup material, I understand that the expense for this project, and I may be incorrect, so feel free to correct me, is going from about 12 billion to 21 billion. And as I heard in your update, about 5.5 billion of that funding is figured out. Can you kind of give us an update as to the plans to make sure this project's fully funded? I really want to see it get done. No pressure to get it done for the Summer Olympics. I'd read articles that it was going to be probably 2029. So I'll still be optimistic in what you heard. But if you can kind of explain that, and if you think there's going to be any additional federal funding or challenges that may be presented with the funding aspect to get the project completed.
Yes, this is Sarah Watterson again for the record. So often it's explained that it's 12 billion going to 21 billion, and I can track why the world thinks that. 12 billion was a hard construction cost number. It didn't include the cost of financing. The $21 billion number is a full cost, including all of the interest that's needed on the project, the operating reserves, the interest reserves, everything that goes into it. We still experienced a large cost increase. That 12 was really more like 16 when you add in all of those items that I mentioned. And so we experienced an increase from 16 to 21 billion. And what happened is we entered probably this time last year, we had that $16 billion. We had been moving on the 12 billion hard construction costs in 16. And we went in with what we thought was a really bankable, really, good number. We then started spending some of the money for the $2.5 billion of private activity bonds that we had raised on finalizing these contracts and getting them ready to ink, as I mentioned, when signing, the 3 other contracts that we signed and advancing some of the engineer. And what became clear to us is where we're all hearing, and I heard it earlier in the meeting today, where we're hearing about, construction inflation and labor constraints. And, honestly, for us, it's really it's a constraint of a contractor market. We're signing very large contracts, and there's not a wide variety of contractors that can satisfy all of our needs for what we need for these projects. And so, and then on top of that, obviously, the inflation, not only with the labor constraints, but on materiality and everything that was going into it. And so we re-racked everything, and we really did a bottoms-up, top-down version of everything that we were doing, including the contracts that we were signing, and ended up at the $21 billion number. We've worked with our partners at NDOT. We've worked with our partners at the federal government. We've worked with independent partners to go through all of those numbers, and we feel really good about them. Trust me, there's no person on earth who would like to build it for a lower cost than me. However, we want to be realistic when approaching the capital structure. And so we worked throughout the summer, as I mentioned, with our partners, at the federal government, and including our partners at NDOT, and with the support of the, administration, the federal administration, we decided to apply for a RIF loan, a Railroad Rehabilitation and Infrastructure Financing Loan. The benefits of this compared to we were solely looking at private bank loans only. And when we had this cost increase, we needed more creative ways to span the gap while having more attractive interest and a longer tenor of debt that would support the financing needs that we have. And so we applied formally for that RIF loan. I believe it was the end of September. And are working really closely. It's with the Build America Bureau that sits under the Department of Transportation to have that loan. Our stated goal is in really the end of the first quarter of 2025 to move towards approval on that loan. And so alongside that is a $6 billion loan that we applied for. We have equity and private debt that we're also simultaneously raising. And so we're going through efforts starting in earnest in January to raise the rest of that private equity and private bank debt as well.
Thank you so much for that. I think you did answer most of my questions. I know you said that this administration is excited and supportive, so I assume there's no risk to the $3 billion that had been put up under the last administration.
So what I could tell you is this: we've been paid current on our grant in terms of invoices and how we're working through our grant. And if you look at any of the remarks that Secretary Duffy has made publicly, I think he's called this project the most meritorious high-speed rail project that exists. And so, yeah, we're working hand in hand with them right now for sure.
And then, Madam Chair, if I can have one last question. Yes. And then just thinking about this, because this is like a lot of money, but it seems I want to be optimistic and thinking about the number of passengers that are going to take this high-speed train between California and Nevada, because I've sat on that I-15 numerous years when I was in college, and I know it still is pretty busy. But what do you anticipate? How many passengers that it will be, would you be using this high-speed rail, and the ability to get the debt paid back through the long-term, like the RIF, and also the private equity funding that's anticipated to be secured?
For sure. To be honest, when we finished our Florida project from a construction development side, we were looking at a lot of different city pairs of where the second system should be. And, the economics of the system are important to us because we are going out to private, debt holders and private equity holders. And, we have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that we're working, for them to build a system that's going to be economically viable. And it's a big, I think, benefit when you at the state level too, where we're not a project that's coming in and asking for operating subsidies. And so it's important for us to be confident and look into those things. We expect on this system to to have 9 to 10 million riders per year. It'll stabilize at about 9 million one-way trips. So it's one-way trips, I should say, just to be clear, during this. However, that's with the infrastructure that we're building now. When we were going through our permitting process, there is opportunity over time to add more double track and to run, more trains. That's not currently what we're doing, but there's opportunities to grow over time and to satisfy more demand as needed.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Couple things from my end. So how many passengers actually will we move with, if you get in Las Vegas, how many passengers will be in that total train that move to California?
So the train sets that we're building right now, each train set is 7 cars. A total train set can hold 440 passengers. We, however, and a big reason of why we chose the train sets that we did is we can couple those trains. They do it in many systems in Europe. And what it seems like, if you just think about it, and it's a very non-technical way of doing it, but it's almost like a magnet on both sides and the train connects together. And so a single train can actually hold 880 people. And so for us, that's a huge advantage, starting off on peak periods, but ultimately being able to carry 880 people on each train. When we're running 35 trains a day. We're running in both directions, that is. So 18 trains in one direction, 17 in another. And we're running trains every hour. So we're not a commuter train. We never wanted to be a commuter train, but we're carrying people on great frequency with great flexibility.
Thank you. I kind of love that you call them train sets because I kind of visualize.
They call it rolling stock.
I visualize something going around a Christmas tree at this time of year. My other question is, do we have the specialized specific workers that you need if these train sets are being built in Germany, then going to New York, then coming here, right? And then they're going to be serviced here. Are we going to be able to use local workers and train those local workers as opposed to asking someone to move from Germany to Las Vegas, although we're happy to have them?
Yes is the answer. Sorry, went off for a second. Yes is the answer.
Will you say your name for the record?
Sorry. Sarah Watterson for the record. When we applied for the federal grant and when we was at the same time that we were running our procurement for the rolling stock, procurement for the train sets. And a big thing for us was no matter where the train sets would be built, that we needed to know that there was a seamless integration and almost implementation we're building an American industry. Like that has always been our goal. We want to build an American industry here. We have, just with our train sets, our systems, train set systems and our track, we have 58 American suppliers that we've built up in just the past couple of years. So for us, it's always been really important that even though those first 2 train sets were going to be built in Germany, we want what you want in the same sense. So we made it a requirement that Siemens, working through this train set order, actually had to bring folks over and train them. I call it a trade degree in that sense because they're bringing people over to their facility, which is in Germany, which has produced trains that have run billions of miles and has the safety and efficiency that we don't have in any of our facilities here yet because they don't exist. So come over and train those individuals. And then those individuals would in effect be what builds out the New York facility. And then the New York facility would in effect be what builds out our maintenance facility. Separate and aside from that, we're early in the process, but we've started conversations around what does the technical degree or trade degree look like for what our conductors and engineers will have here to be the first, high-speed train engineers in America running our trains. And so we actually expect to build a program and to work with Siemens, who will be they'll be doing our maintenance under a third-party contract in coordination with us. So working with them to build, again, our own trade degree kind of network so that folks can get certified here to run these jobs across, starting in obviously Las Vegas to California, but hopefully this will not be the last system in our country.
Okay, thank you for that very much. Any additional questions? All right, up north, any questions? All righty, thank you very much. I appreciate your time today. And with that, I will accept a motion.
Get this to work. Sorry about that, Chair. I'd so move to approve this.
Thank you very much. From Senator Wynn, second from Assembly Member Backus. And any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Thank you very much. And thank you for being with us today. And thank you for the information. I think it's great to have the update. Thank you. All right. With that, we are going to agenda item F, which is Mr. Thorley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. I'll be going over the IFC contingency account balance statement, which can be found on page 87 of volume 2 of your packet under tab F. As the chair mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, agenda item H, which was a request for an allocation from the contingency account, has been withdrawn. Together with a previously withdrawn item G, there's actually no requests anymore on the agenda for allocation from the contingency account. But I will go over where we're at on the balance real quick. So as you all may recall, after the special October 30th IFC meeting, where an allocation of $30.2 million from the contingency account was approved for the food banks and the National Guard. That approval left a little less than $3 million in the IFC contingency account. At the 36th special session last month, the legislature approved through Senate Bill 4 the replenishment of the IC contingency account of about $31.5 million from the general fund. So that has now been added back into the contingency account to replenish it. Because of the withdrawal of agenda item H, we quickly did upload a new contingency account balance statement. So if you go to the committee's website and you look under the meeting materials, you'll see revised agenda item F. That's the updated statement that includes the withdrawal today. Where we're sitting at, again, there's no pending request before the before the IFC at the moment. So we're sitting at about $30.4 million in the unrestricted general fund balance. And then across all, both the unrestricted highway fund, general fund, and the restricted amounts, we're at about $190.9 million. So that concludes my remarks. And Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions if committee members have them.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Thorley from anyone on the committee? And seeing none up north. All right, thank you very much. This is not a voting, this is information only. So we will move on to item P. Oh, sorry, J. I was trying to hurry the meeting, I guess. Item J, request for allocation from foreclosure medication assistance account.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Dondero Loop, members of the Interim Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Perry Fagan. I'm the president of Home Means Nevada, Inc. Home Means Nevada respectfully requests approval and transfer of $191,879 from the account for foreclosure mediation assistance pursuant to NRS 107.080. This will allow the Home Means Nevada program to continue administering the foreclosure mediation program and as required under Senate Bill 490 of the 79th session. When Home Means Nevada originally submitted its request more than a couple of months ago, the request was based on the then available balance, and in the account for that was in the account for foreclosure mediation assistance. Since that time, accrual revenues into the account have exceeded their earlier balances, and so with that, as a result, we are respectfully requesting the committee increase the previously requested amount to $191,879, reflecting the additional funding that is now available in the account, while remaining fully consistent with the statutory purpose of the funds and without exceeding projected program needs. These funds will continue to be used solely for the administration and operation of the foreclosure mediation program, including mediation services, case administration, and statutory compliance. Supporting documentation, including projected expenses in our most recent notice of defaults mediation statements, have been previously provided to the Governor's Finance Office as well as to the IFC committees here in the materials. On behalf of the Board of Directors, we appreciate the committee's consideration and respectfully request your approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on this particular item? Seeing and hearing none. All right. I will accept a motion for to approve the amount of $191,879. Senator Wynn.
I'd so move.
Thank you very much. Second from Assemblymember Backus. Any discussion on this particular item up north? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for being here today. And we'll move on to item K.
Good afternoon, Celeste Arnold, Administrative Services Officer for the Nevada Department of Education, representing the department this afternoon, and I am welcome to all your questions.
Thank you very much. And this is a request for the education stabilization account, the request to transfer the money from the stabilization account to the pupil-centered funding plan. Does anyone have any questions on this? Any questions up north? Hearing none, seeing none, don't see any hands up anywhere. All right, with that, Senator Wynn, I'll accept a motion.
I would so move to move that $30 over.
I didn't want to belabor the $30, but I did want to make note. Thank you very much. And thanks for being here today. Oh, wait a minute. I guess I have to take a vote. Yeah. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. And don't spend that $30 all in one spot. Thank you very much.
No promises.
All right. Okay, I'm sure. With that, I will move on to item L, which is maintenance of state parks.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Janice Keeler, JANICE-KEILLOR, and the Deputy Administrator for the Nevada Division of State Parks. This item is to request for approval to expend $200,000 from the account for maintenance of state parks to support the procurement and installation of new signage throughout the Valley of Fire State Park pursuant to NRS 407.0762. I also wanted to point out that since we first submitted this item to IFC, we rebid the project and reprioritized some of the items. So as part of this request, we're also going to be constructing one trail in addition to creating and installing 183 signs. These funds would be leveraged with $541,500 of additional funds from the Federal Recreational Trails Program, the Land and Water Conservation Fund, and our gift shop grant. And I'm happy to take any questions.
All right. Are there any questions on this particular item? Do I hear someone up north have a question? All right. Hearing none, I'll accept a motion.
I'd so move.
Thank you very much, Senator Wynn. A second from Assemblymember Backus. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. And if you have your microphone up north, you might want to turn it off because we can hear you. All right. With that, the motion passes. And thank you very much for being here today. And hope to see you soon. Have a nice holiday. All right. With that, we will move on to item L. Oh, sorry. We just did L. Man. M withdrawn. All right. We're already, now we can go to P. Now I'm on P. Okay. Too many pieces of paper here. Oh, we're on N. Oh, we have to do the home means. Okay, we're doing, I'm sorry. Home means Nevada report. I am sorry, N for Nevada. We should jump there. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair Dondera Loop, members of the committee, Christine Hess with the Nevada Housing Division for the record. Appreciate our speed to the end of the year, but there is definitely still a lot of work we need to get done. Here to give our bi-monthly, meeting for the Home Means Nevada initiative. As you know, Administrator Acroth and myself, we like to give you the most up-to-date numbers. So currently, for the Home Means Nevada initiative, we've spent $335.2 million. We are more than 2/3 spent of the $500 million at 67.5%. We have 16 projects of the 55 that are fully spent out. 22 projects have spent more than half of their funds, and we have another 17 projects that are less than half spent of their funds. As the GFO noted earlier, we have no concerns about our project spending out at this point, and we are holding them all to task with their spend plans. And although Administrator Acroth is not here in person, he's here on my phone in an email, so you won't just hear the numbers. He would like me to provide you with the more fun stuff. 9 developments have held their ribbon cuttings or grand openings this year, resulting in 789 new affordable units and 50 preserved and rehabilitated affordable units. That's just in calendar year 2025. So you can imagine how many more we're going to have to report on. But with that, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, are there any questions for the Home Means Nevada group? Seeing none, don't see any up north. All right, with that, I'll accept a motion.
I don't think it's a motion. Yeah.
This is information only, so we won't be taking a vote. All right, with that, thank you, Ms. Hess. We appreciate you being here with us today.
Thank you.
All right, we will go on to item O, the Office of the Governor. And this will also be informational only.
Thank you, Madam Chair, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Director Brian Bowles of the Office of Project Management, currently engaged once again in the Core NV project, and we are here for our bi-monthly update to this body. Thank you once again for bringing us forward to hear the good news, and I do have good news to relay to you. On October 20th, we went live with the culmination of our phase 1 of our project. with the Human Resources Information System, the new payroll system, and bringing the Department of Transportation fully into our financial accounting system. The go-live was successful. We have now reaching the end of our hypercare period and stabilization period after that go-live, which has been remarkably successful as well. We, of course, have had a few issues here and there, but none dramatic or drastic. And we are very excited to be able to let you know that Phase 1 has come to a successful close for the state of Nevada. We have lifted and shifted off of our legacy Advantage 2 system and are fully operational now in our Advantage 4 system. So it's a great day for all of those agencies that supports. As far as the reporting today, as far as issues and delays on the project, I'm also happy to report at this time that we have no major issues and we have no delays. So we are doing just fine. One item of note here is that we did terminate a contract on our IV&V vendor, Plant Moran. That was for a number of reasons. First and foremost, we successfully completed our Phase 1 and have that base system operational. And to borrow the words from our lead analyst with Plant Moran, we didn't need them anymore. We had gotten past the riskiest part of our project, and essentially we have duplicative services from our other vendors buried done. Also, we did that for a cost savings to the state, which my colleague Brady Phillips is going to get into momentarily. Moving forward into our Phase 2 activities, we brought two of our amazing staff members here with us today. Project manager for our finance team, Dee Perez, project manager for our HR team, Alicia Montjoy, to give you their updates and a bit of a victory lap, if you will, for the amazing work that they've done thus far and give you a snapshot into what we have coming up in Phase 2.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Alicia Mountjoy, for the record. I am the HR project manager for the Office of Project Management. Since our go live in October, we have been focused on hypercare support, build and development of the NeoGov modules, and implementation and planning for our Phase 2 rollout. Looking ahead to January, we plan to launch the NeoGov Insight Recruitment Platform to our HR representatives and applicants throughout the state. We will also begin launching our discovery sessions for Phase 2 modules of employee self-service and manager self-service.
My name is Dee Perez. I'm the financial project manager, for the record. And to talk about some of our accomplishments, we did successfully come to the end of our hypercare. Our NDOT partners are now officially on our Core NV system. Once we were completed with our hypercare, we turned our attention to getting the state of Nevada as a whole on our cost accounting platform. So we've already engaged Wave 1 on our platform. We've got about 16 hours of discovery done thus far. And looking to January, we are beginning our kickoffs and our implementation into discovery for 4 additional modules to get the state all on the same Core NV system.
And good afternoon. I will be the last presenting today. Brady Phillips, for the Administrator of Office of Project Management, talking about the financials that this body has expressed interest in at our meetings that we are coming to now. On revenue, we have $34.9 million after the work program that was approved previously at the last 2 meetings we attended. Of that 34.9, we have spent approximately $15.2 million. We met with our ASD financial counterparts this last week. We are on track in every aspect of our budget. We have 0 enhancements to report. We have not spent money outside of the authority provided to us within this and signed into contract no additional items at this time. We also have found savings, as Director Bowles outlined, with the Plant Moran contract being terminated. For the current contract, it went through October of 2026. So approximately the 8 months that it was terminated early, we will be finding a savings of approximately $665,000. We would also be looking, if we had kept them on, to keep them on through the end of the project, which would have been June of 2027. So approximately an additional 8 months. With our average costs, that additional contract extension would have cost approximately $471,000. So by terminating the contract to now, we are estimating around $1.1 million in savings on the project total. With that information, we stand ready for questions.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate all of you being here today. Do we have any questions from the committee? It's pretty amazing. It's coming to the end. Up north, any questions?
Madam Chair, Senator Titus.
Yes.
So thank you. And thank you for being here. And it's always nice to hear the word savings as opposed to project overriding and more money. You mentioned the word payroll. You've been able to include now payroll for the Nevada state employees, correct? Is that what you said?
Brian Bowles for the record. Yes, Senator.
I bring this up, and the question is, I've had Nevada state employees reach out to me about their paychecks and some errors in the paycheck or delay, that they were just notified there was a delay. Did that have anything to do with switching over to this system, or are you aware of that? And was there a bump because of that?
Again, Brian Bowles for the record. Thank you, Senator. I would say that yes, some of the antecedent reasons why there were delays that some employees saw in receiving what I believe you're referring to as some of the overtime that had accrued wasn't due to a system malfunction at all, or the system not working correctly. It had to do with the change between the agencies, the DHRM, and how the new system worked and when those overtimes were going to be put in by those agencies. So we had a number of agencies actually holding on to overtime over a number of pay periods, not knowing when to put those in, which was unknown to us until the last few weeks. When that came forward, there was a bit of a scramble. The project team actually dropped everything and instituted a back-end process that we did not have available to us in our old system to be able to pay all of that overtime that agencies had been holding on to within one pay period. So that was definitely an enhancement that our new system offers us that our old system didn't. But yes, just in the pay periods 9 and 10, when we were going through our cutover, I think there was a bit of confusion as to what to do at the various agencies with the payroll clerks. And we got that all cleared up now, so it all should be fine.
Well, that's good news, especially at this time of year. And I appreciate the work, and thank you for the update. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Any additional questions from anyone? All right. Seeing none, this is informational only. So I thank all of you for being here today. And we will now get to move to P and item P, and we will go to item P8B, the Nevada Health Authority first. And this is an informational item.
Good afternoon, committee members, Chair. Stacy Weeks for the record, Director at Nevada Health Authority. I hope we're here with some good news today. I have with me my colleague, Deputy Director Melinda Southard, who will be leading the Rural Health Transformation Program and Grant, which we're getting ready to talk about for this information item. And I have also with us Jason Bleak. He comes from us. He's a former CEO at Battle Mountain Hospital. We're very excited to have him on our team. He's going to be helping Melinda implement this grant and working with rural communities. So I'm going to turn this over to Melinda, and she can walk you through the requests and open up for questions.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Melinda Southard, as Stacy had mentioned, and I'm here to present on this informational item, a notification of the department's intent to accept a grant of $200 million from the Centers of Medicare and Medicaid Services to provide support for rural hospitals. And as a reminder, this grant program is pursuant to H.R. 1, otherwise known as the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, and has appropriated funding for this grant program available to all 50 states. And just a quick clarification, we have not been awarded this grant yet, but we do anticipate hearing very soon as per federal statute, CMS must notify states by December 31st of this year if they've been approved or denied. So we're hoping for good news very soon. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Thank you very much. And I do believe we have one from Assemblymember Mauska.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for your very hard work on this. We want to make sure that all of our Nevadans are covered and have the support they need. You know, my question is really going to be around the net impact of this, because as we know of everything we saw in the session and have seen, even though it is a grant that's coming in, we're still offsetting by the money that we're losing because of the federal government. So I'd love to know, what is the net impact, knowing this money is going to come in, but it's not going to cover all the money that we are losing because of the federal government.
Madam Chair, Stacey Weeks for the record. I think to answer your question, I'm trying to think the best way. So nationally, when you look at the impact on rural hospitals, this is less. I don't have those numbers with me, but this amount that CMS is giving out in total is less than the amount that rural hospitals nationally are impacted. But when you look at our tax program and our provider tax program, the impact to rural hospitals does not begin for another 2 years. And it's about anywhere, and we're waiting on guidance, so it's really hard. I think it's like we're throwing a dart. $600,000 to $800,000 less per year when that is fully implemented by the end of the next biennium, or sorry, the one after that. I kind of want to just say that I think when you look at our provider tax program, the majority of the losses are in our state, less on the hospital side and more on the acute side. Not to say they're not going to be impacted. And we know that a lot of our rural hospitals, you know, they are on very fine, you know, small cash flows. And sit here with Jason, I'm sure he's telling me that right now too, because he used to run a hospital in rural Nevada. But I will say that I think this is a lot of funding for Nevada, and it is limited. It is a 5-year grant. And if we get the full award each year, which we have to apply for each year, so it's $200 million if we get the full grant this year, and then we apply again, and it's another $200 million, and it's, you know, $1 billion in total. So it's $1 billion in 5 years. My biggest concern has been fiscal cliff. And so we're trying to design this in a way to ensure that this doesn't impact the state budget when these funds are gone.
Thank you, Chair, for the follow-up. And we appreciate that. And I think that you all are the right people for this. So I'm really grateful on behalf of our state. Would love to also know the specific impacts that are going to happen, what type of programs are going to be impacted, what are the cuts going to be, and would love for Nevadans to know what's upcoming.
Madam Chair, Stacey Weeks for the record. I can't speak to the entire impact of HR 1 on the variety of programs in the state. I can tell you from a Medicaid budget perspective, this biennium, we don't have a large impact. There may be some costs to implement work requirements, but that, you know, we're still working through that. We just got federal guidance. The other impact to our programs would be some of the exchanges on the exchange, but they are not, you know, we are losing some tax credits, but that is not a budget impact. I think when it comes to budget impacts, the other piece of this is if the provider tax is reduced, the hospitals are still going to be getting over $2 billion a year once this is totally done. So there's still a lot of money, not to say it's as big as it could have been, but it's still there. We still have money to ship out. We still hope the program will be successful. And then when it comes to children's behavioral health, which is impacted by the provider tax changes, that piece we are reduced about. I think I'm going to call Lynette Aaron up here to give you some numbers. But that piece is reduced, but we still feel like we have enough in our reserve and we have enough to collect to invest in children's behavioral health through Medicaid. I think the big budget impacts that you may see will be in 2 years at the next biennium, but we're still waiting on federal guidance. So it's really hard for us to give you that total.
Thank you. I just appreciate that. And I know that everyone up here wants to support the rules as well. So appreciative of this grant, but also understanding the large impact to the state and thinking about how we opened up with earlier today in the man-made crisis. So I appreciate that. You had started to say this. Could you tell us how we're going to make sure that it's going to continue and we're not trying to supplement going forward through state funds?
Madam Chair, Stacey Weeks for the record. So in our proposal, it's a pretty lengthy application. I hope it's in your materials. If not, I apologize. I'll make sure we get it over. We applied for 4 buckets of funding. Melinda knows them better than I do, but each of the buckets, so we were very clear that it's mostly for one-time infrastructure startup costs. There's also technology that we're funding for rural hospitals and rural providers. We're doing workforce incentives to get providers to move out into our rural communities with the commitment that they'll be there for 5 years. Also, when it comes to programs that we know need more funding after this grant, we are making sure that they have a long-term sustainability plan. Either that's private donors, county money, local money. They have to prove to us to get the grant that they have a long-term sustainability plan. It cannot be, we're going to go to the legislature and seek $500,000, right? That's not a sustainability plan. If they want to go to 2027 and get that money and then apply that next year, that's different. But we are going to be very clear that this cannot create a fiscal cliff for the state. So that is our goal.
And thank you, Chair, for your indulgence. I have one more, and thank you for that to make sure. And just making sure that if you can confirm a rural health transformation budget account will be recommended in the 27-29 biennium in the executive budget.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Melinda Southard for the record. Yes, that is correct.
Thank you, and thank you for the questions. All right, any additional, Senator Neal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So how does the health authority, what's your plan for the marketing and then doing the outreach in the rurals?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Melinda Southard for the record. Thank you for the question. And we have several strategies we wish to employ. We're looking at doing several public workshops. We have a lot of announcements go out through our Nevada Health Authority listserv. We are planning to do a rural tour coming up here pretty soon, where we will talk about this, among other things, with the Nevada Health Authority and our rural health partners. And just want to get out the word as widely as possible. You know, the state is going to have a lot of different procurements, requests for applications, so people can apply for this funding. And we want to make sure that we reach the widest audience possible with those communications. And so, you know, just looking to employ all those different areas that I just mentioned, including those in-person visits to the rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions? Senator Nguyen.
I just have a follow-up question. I mean, how confident are you that we are going to obtain this grant funding?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Melinda Southard for the record. We are very confident. We did turn in our application on November 3rd, and December 8th, we did receive one question from CMS on our application, which I'm taking as a very good sign. It was a very benign question about programmatic, and we were able to respond to that easily. And, you know, there weren't any challenges or issues with our application. We submitted a very thorough and complete application to CMS. And normally, you know, if that wasn't the case, then we would have had a lot of questions come back to us. So very confident. Thank you.
And I think I just have some of the same concerns. Obviously, if this is a 5-year grant, it seems still very hard not to have a fiscal cliff unless this is continuously renewed as an alternative, like, you know, program. But with that being said, I'm imagining as a part of this listening tour, you're going to get a lot of people that are going to try to propose new programs in these rural areas without taking into consideration that this money is also essentially supplanting, like, you know, money that's lost. So how are you going to balance making sure that we keep the existing programs that we have in the rurals without just putting it into new programs that are going to be proposed.
Madam Chair, Stacy Weeks for the record. Committee members, that's a good question. I think we struggled with that a little bit. The way the funding is set up in the grant application, we have to really follow what CMS has put forward. It's not a reimbursement program. It doesn't go straight back into the hospitals, but we do know from our own previous listening tours we went around to all the rural hospitals that they're all struggling with a lot of infrastructure, technology like x-rays, all the things that they need to buy that they can't afford. We are going to do our best to make sure there's $40 million of this funding that's going to a flex fund for these hospitals to support those needs, and hopefully that's going to offset their costs, which will help reductions in reimbursement. But we totally hear you, and that has always been our concern from the beginning. I don't think we're the only state facing this issue, but that's why we're being very clear with everyone coming forward. You're not going to get money that in 5 years you're going to expect the state to continue to fund this program. We have 4 initiatives. One is new technology that a lot of these entities want to stand up, and rural hospitals sometimes just need startup costs, and so we'll be working on that. There's also a rural health outcomes accelerator program, ROPE, a new acronym, and that will be funding pilots that improve chronic disease and address some of the conditions that we know are more dire in our rural communities. That was an initiative that came from CMS that we had to put the funding toward, and then the second piece was the Rural Health Innovation Technology Grant that I mentioned. We'll be putting those out again, one-time funding. And then the last one is our workforce recruitment program. We were thinking about loan forgiveness and really doing a huge initiative on that, but we got feedback that CMS does not like those programs. So we would move forward and did an incentive-based program. We're looking at giving hospitals money to give bonuses, pay for moves, pay for travel for at least 5 years. And then those providers, to get that money, have to commit to live in that area for 5 years and serve the community. So we do have some programs I think have some long-term sustainability, but we definitely share your concern and are going to do our best to prevent a fiscal issue for the state. There was something I was going to say and I forgot, so I'll stop there. Thank you.
May I follow up, Chair? I mean, I would love if this was a program that was like supplementing our existing thing instead of cutting it, trying to replace it with something that is out there. What kind of conversations are you having with our rural providers that are going to be feeling this hit probably more than anyone else, but also having to compete with? I mean, it's just kind of the same question. So I just look forward to that. I mean, I think we're all seeing this as we're still dealing with how to expend ARPA funds. And I know in the last couple of legislative sessions when we are budgeting, we see some of those programs that took off with the, inserting those ARPA funds into them. And now we want to continue them. I just, I hope we are learning from the lessons of ARPA and we are not running into that same problem again.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'll go to Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for another question. So there's 2 parts. Will you be working with DPBH on their workforce pipeline programs? Also, will you be partnering with the Treasurer's Office that manages the student loan payment program for healthcare providers to incentivize them to stay in the state? Because it seems to be there's a direct correlation to the work that you're trying to get off the ground.
Madam Chair, committee member Stacy Weeks for the record. So Deputy Director Melinda Southard has been working with DBPH, Nevada Rural Hospitals. She's met with corrections, veterans, all the different entities that could possibly apply for these funds. The first item, yes, the entities can apply for the funds. Whether or not they get it is the question. But if they meet the criteria, yes, they could be eligible for that funds at DBPH. When it comes to Treasurer's Program, like I mentioned earlier, we did have a very significant loan repayment program that would be a lot larger than the Treasurer's Office. That's what we wanted, but we ended up shifting gears when we were told by CMS that that is not the direction they want us to come in. So we reframed that program. So their program would be separate and not eligible for funding. I would just say, too, we are looking at opportunities through our 1332 waiver that may have more funding by the time that this runs out to continue funding some of these workforce programs.
Thank you very much. And with that, I think Assemblymember Brown-May has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Weeks, for the presentation and the application. You noted earlier in the line of questioning that you had the grant application. I don't see that in our backup material. Well, I do see the letter that you submitted that identifies the 4 buckets. Thank you for that. I'm curious to know, are you able to share the actual grant application so that we can see some of the ideas?
Madam Chair, Stacey Weeks for the record. Yes, it's on our website. We'll send you guys the link. It might have been in the questions and we just linked to it, so I'm apologizing on that. I'll get that over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that information. All right. Any additional questions on this item? This is informational only, so we appreciate you all being here today. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
yes.
Questions in the north, please.
Oh, I asked for questions and no one answered. So please go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you all for being here. And I do appreciate my colleagues in the urban areas that are very concerned about rural health care. And that's just music to my ears. I also appreciate the multiple comments about fiscal cliffs, because I have been saying that for years. And when we take this federal money, that's really taxpayers' money, we need to make sure we make the best use of it. Having been involved in many of the workshops in rural areas, thank you for including me as a health officer for Lyon County. And I just, I too, along the last question, see just that brief letter that you sent to us, so it's exciting to know what ones did fall within what you were going to apply for. Because when we were on those calls, there was a lot of people wanting X, Y, or Z. And one of the things I want to thank you for and let the rest of the committee know is that one of the major questions that you asked is the sustainability afterwards. You know, no fiscal cliffs. Let's make sure that this is sustainable. And so I'm anxious to see what ones you did decide, because I haven't seen that yet myself. One of the things that a question came up about loss of revenue and are we really going to get this money in the rural areas? And I've been in contact with the HHS Regional Director, Victoria Seaman, who, as you know, is a Nevadan, and we have talked multiple times about rural health. And, you know, I'm excited. I feel strongly that they're committed to making sure this money does come forward. Having said that, however, how did you come up with the $200 million over 5 years, because we haven't been awarded that yet? So can you tell me what that math looked like and how you settled on that particular number, knowing that the grant was really $50 billion and not necessarily every state's going to get $1 billion?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Melinda Southard for the record. Thank you for the question. That $200 million per year number actually came from CMS as a guidance to states when proposing their applications. So, you know, the funding itself, there's a lot of factors that go into the funding formula, depending on how many applicants are awarded and whatnot. And so, to make things easier for states in doing their budgeting and developing the application, CMS put forward the $200 million annual number. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that. I'm very curious. Looking forward to what the outcome is, and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions? All right, hearing none, this is informational, so we will move on. Thank you very much for all of you for being here and spending your day basically with us. Happy holidays. All right, with that, we will go to P10, Department of Veterans Services. And this will be informational also. And so we will wait for our Department of Veterans Services to join us. Please go ahead when you are ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee, Director Devine, the Nevada Department of Veterans Services. We want to talk a little bit about the position of a project manager that we have proposed for out of the account of the Southern Nevada Veterans Home. The purpose of this position is really to focus on we have a project ongoing to remodel the Southern Nevada Veterans Home that's just over $100 million. There are some pieces of that project that will take us from a 180-bed facility down to a 120-bed facility. But not all portions of the home were included in that project. So some of the key specific pieces that were not included are the kitchen, the central supply, laundry, loading dock, and a few of the back of the house type portions of the home. So the first key project that this position would work on would be to integrate a new project for submission to the VA for the grant funding and in a future biennium state general funding to integrate all of those things together with state public works. We don't have the experience currently on staff to do that. As this position was built out and we have the authority to do so, the person in this position would then start working with the Boulder City Cemetery on the next expansion that they have that will require new roads, new water, new lighting, and potentially a new chapel. The Boulder City Cemetery is at the point now where when we do our next expansion with the VA, the distance between where the internments are occurring and the current chapel will be over a mile. So we need to have infrastructure in that new location to do services, to have restrooms for watering of the plants and different things. Then the position will then expand and take a look at what's going on with our Decatur home, which is in the works right now. You approved the funding for that. As soon as we receive the VA matching grant, which we anticipate hearing something about that in the next few months. That project is, again, over $100 million. And this project manager would be the agency lead and making sure the construction of that project works well and goes flawlessly with state public works and all the various contractors. Again, once we have the authority and we have the ability to cost allocate the position to these other areas of the department, we would be able to do that. And I can go on and on about, we are at the Northern Nevada home, we are at 100% capacity in that home. I think our occupancy rate is just under 100%. We have a wait list of 30 residents. So that 98-bed facility, it's time to take a look at expanding that as well. This position would be the key integrator in helping both Joe Thiele, my executive officer, and Jacob Clodfelter, our management analyst 3, write those grants to the VA and give us a proactive posture working with both the VA and State Public Works on all of these construction projects to give us a much better forecast on what we need in our CIP projects. With that, I'll turn it back over to the committee and see if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. And I do believe that Assemblymember Hunt has some questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. My question is, can you explain why the addition of the new project manager position was not included in the governor's recommended budget for 2025-27 biennium, nor discussed during the 2025 legislative session?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, at the time we were formulating the budget, we didn't know we needed the position. We were not. I'll simply admit that I was brand new to the position when we put that budget together, and I didn't know what I didn't know at that time, and we really didn't have a good understanding of what the project would require. And at that time, the plans for the remodel of the Boulder City home, it wasn't clear that the areas that I spoke about, the kitchen, the central supply, laundry, and the loading dock, things like that, I didn't know that they were not in the plan to remodel the home overall, and had no idea that the home is over 20 years old. And those areas are, they're in pretty bad shape. And we need to have somebody to take a look at that and get that grant moving to make sure that we have that state-of-the-art kitchen and all of those things. So it was an oversight because we just didn't know that the scope of the project was as significant as it was.
Any additional questions, Assemblymember?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, can the department confirm that it plans to include enhancement decision units in its 2027-29 biennial budget submission to continue to fund the project manager position?
Yes, that is a part of our budget.
All right, thank you very much. I have a quick question, and then I am going to go to Assemblymember Bacchus, but I'm going to ask you the same thing. What is in place so that this doesn't happen again? Because there will be a brand new person again at some point, and we can't continue to operate where every time somebody new comes in, something gets missed or something doesn't happen. So is there something in place for you to document so that this doesn't happen to the next person?
I appreciate your question, Madam Chair. Yes, we have been working aggressively on a 10-year strategic plan that takes a look at all of these things, from what needs to happen in infrastructure and building within the department, as well as what services and growth would occur in everything from our veteran service officers to our outreach people and all the different things, so that we will have something in place that is evergreening over time to give the next director, when they come in, a better idea of what's going on, as well as both my executive officer and our finance team are working on much more robust budget forecasting tools, so that that new director, when they come on board someday, hopefully a long time from now, will be able to have that foresight and those relationships already built.
I agree. I hope it's a long time too, but like I said, we've had a couple people come before us today and say, oh, but I'm new. And I guess we can't keep using that in our state as an excuse, if you will, for things that haven't been done, because it catches up with us eventually.
Absolutely. And I couldn't agree more. That's why I think that strategic plan at the department level is so critically important, to make sure that we're taking into consideration not only all sources of revenue, but the infrastructure that we have, and how do we maintain it to its highest capability, and how do we make sure that we are providing the best services that we possibly can. In my case, what services can we provide to our over 200,000 veterans, and how do we make sure that we are partnering with the VA, the nonprofits, and all the other associations out there for our veterans, and looking forward and documenting it, and have a concrete plan, a generational plan between directors, deputy directors, and staff.
Okay. Yeah, because there's got to be some overlap. I mean, if the budget people were there, I would think they would be able to tell you. If you were there, you'd be able to tell the budget people. At some point, there's some overlap. I mean, everybody doesn't get usually wiped out of an entire division and then everybody's new. So hopefully we can have some more communication. But with that, I will go to Assemblymember Bacchus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I was just kind of curious. I was kind of processing this new project manager position, how that looks different than the work that our public works does with respect to oversight for the remodels. And I kind of was grasping from your explanation of the anticipated work that they may also be doing work like looking for other grants to cover needs for the veteran services, and then also maybe in the future administrative services. And I wasn't sure if those administrative services for the veterans homes was maintenance. I was trying to figure it out. So I'm trying to understand the difference between what this person will be doing compared to what Public Works is supplying.
This person would be doing the pre-work before we get to State Public Works, before they are actually CIP projects. They would be walking through each of our facilities, each of our properties, and taking a look at the infrastructure, the systems that are there, and giving us an idea of when each needs to be replaced, what maintenance needs to happen, when it needs to happen. And they would be working hand in hand with State Public Works to make sure that we prioritize our projects. If it's a roofing project, say, that project would be nested into what State Public Works needs in their CIPs to make sure our roofing projects have have the right information and all the right specs and different things that they need to prioritize it, as well as they will give us a better idea for efficiencies on how our CIP project should be prioritized, as well as they would be, whereas the maintenance person at, say, at the Southern Nevada Veterans Home is working on the internal maintenance of keeping all the systems working in the day-to-day things, this person would be stepping back and taking a look at the prioritization of what needs to be fixed when and the priority of it, as well as working with both gentlemen to my left and right on the VA grants and how those grants are written in a proactive manner.
Additional questions from the committee? Additional questions? Anyone up north? All right, with that, I want to thank you very much for being here and for what you're doing for our veterans. We appreciate your time. And this is informational only as well. So happy holidays. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we will go to item Q, which is a status report on the Economic Forum, and we will welcome Mr. Nakamoto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would say that you saved the best for last, but you actually did because public comment is after this.
Well, Mr. Nakamoto, we miss you.
We miss you as well up here. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Interim Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Michael Nakamoto, and I serve as Chief Principal Deputy Fiscal Analyst with the Fiscal Analysis Division. I am here today in my capacity as staff to the Economic Forum to present information regarding the most recent meeting of the Economic Forum, which occurred on Friday, December 5th, down in Las Vegas. The Economic Forum is required to meet twice during the interim, and the report that I am giving today is part of the requirement under that statute. So the information that I'm providing to you today is just kind of a high-level summary of what went on at that meeting on December 5th. The Economic Forum is not required to do forecasts at these interim meetings. That task is only for the meetings immediately before and during the legislative session. Rather, the Economic Forum during these interim meetings receives information and updates, including a status report on year-to-date actual collections compared to the Economic Forum's forecast. So in volume 2 of today's packet, beginning on page 417, are a series of 7 tables that we put together for that meeting, and that is primarily what I'm going to be going through today. In addition to these tables which were presented at the meeting, there was some other information that was presented to the members of the Economic Forum. There were presentations from the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation on the state employment outlook, as well as from the state demographer from the Department of Taxation relating to the state's population and demographic outlooks. And then staff from the Fiscal Analysis Division, myself, Susanna Powers, and Haley Owens, provided additional information relating to other economic indicators, as well as the information on actual collections for both FY 2025 and year-to-date for FY 2026. Compared to the Economic Forum's May 1st forecasts adjusted for legislative actions. So the tables that are in the packet beginning on page 417, I'm not going to go through all of them, but I will give a high-level overview on a couple of pieces just to give some information to this body because I believe all of you will be interested in hearing where revenues are year-to-date. So on page 417, this is the comparison of the FY25 actuals and the FY26 forecasts. The relevant information on this table is really the FY26 forecast and the percentage changes that are listed in the orange columns in the middle. So there are two percentages that are listed there. The first is the percentage change from FY26's forecast to the FY25 forecast that the Economic Forum approved at its meeting on May 1st. And then the second column, which has a typo in it, it should say FY 2025 rather than FY 2024, but it is the percentage change for FY 2026 based on that FY 2025 actual, because we do have that updated information. And so the one that I really want to point out here, because of the magnitude of the change, is the commerce tax, where you could see that the growth rate based on the original forecast was 1.6% for FY 2026 compared to the FY 2025 forecast. It now sits at 33%, and this is because the commerce tax finished about $82.8 million short in FY 25, and I will talk about that more when I get to Table 2. But the end result for FY 2025, we don't have it in these tables, it was presented at the meeting, was that before tax credits, the actual collections were approximately $37.3 million below the Economic Forum's forecast. But then after tax credits, we were approximately $22.3 million short. So we were fairly close to that forecast. On page 418, so the next page is Table 2, and this is the one that I'm going to spend the most time on today, Madam Chair. This is the table where we compare the year-to-date revenues for FY 2026 compared to the forecast. And so there are three colored columns here again. The first one is the actual year-to-date collections for FY 2025 for each of the revenues, and then the total general fund based on the reference periods that are listed. And those reference periods are generally anywhere between 3 and 5 months with a couple of exceptions. The big exceptions are for the Secretary of State revenues that we have listed, so the business license fee, commercial recordings, and securities, which are only through 2 months, and that's based on some reporting delays coming out of the Secretary of State's office. We've received the September information, so we have through 3 months now. They're just not part of this table. And then for quarterly revenues, most everything is through the first quarter, with the exception of Treasurer's interest income, and this, again, is a similar issue. Typically, the Treasurer's office does not report the first quarter of interest and have it deposited until later in December, so that it's not reflected on this report. So that column, the 25 year-to-date, is the actual collections for the last fiscal year through those reference periods listed for each of those revenues. And then the same thing applies to the FY 2026 year-to-date. In the orange columns, that is the actual collections we've received for that same reference period for this fiscal year. And then in the green columns is the calculations of the forecast year-to-date. So the first batch is the fiscal year-to-date forecast, and we calculate that by taking the 25 actual collections year-to-date and multiplying it by the growth rate from Table 1 for each of those revenues to approximate a forecast. There are a number of methods that could be done to do this, but we use that one as a consistent way to do it. And then finally, you can see the next to last column is the dollar difference, actual less forecast. So that is the comparison of where the actual revenues are compared to that forecast. And getting down to the bottom line, the total general fund revenues after commerce tax, and this is before tax credits, you can see that we're approximately $102.5 million, or 6.9% above the forecast. And on paper, that looks really good, but the rest of my presentation is largely going to explain some of the issues that are going on to explain perhaps why that number is higher than we believe that it should be. The first revenue that I want to talk about is the sales and use tax, which is the very first listed under the major general fund revenues. We're through 3 months right now, and you can see through the 3 months we're just under 11.2 million, or 2.5% above the forecast. And the issue that we have run across is some information that we received from the Department of Taxation relating to the project Mint. And so most of you are probably aware, and especially those of you who are on the revenue committees, back in December of 2024, before the 2025 session, the Department of Taxation brought online the first phase of Mint, their new programming or their new computer system. And they rolled it out for the collection of certain revenues, the main one being the sales and use tax. And when they did that, beginning with the October reporting period for FY 2025, instead of reporting collections at the end of the month, they shifted it closer to the beginning of the month. And we went through an entire session basically not knowing where collections were going to land, because that shift caused about half of the collections for that October period to not be reported until November. They basically cut everything off early. So we got into this pattern where starting in November, we had half of the collections of sales tax for the month from the previous month and the other half for the current month. So after some back and forth and some discussions, the Department of Taxation said that they would post do a 13th posting at the end of the fiscal year to bring revenue that would post in FY 2026 back into FY 2025, which is something that they did do. All of that is leading up to the latest change from the department, which we found out about in October, where beginning with the August tax period, instead of reporting sales and use tax at the beginning of the month, they have now moved it to the middle of the month. So the end result is that for the August period for this fiscal year, instead of reporting about 30 days worth of sales tax, it turned into closer to 45 days worth of sales tax. So it was a bump, and because now we're going to be reporting every 30 days and it's going to be more of an apples to apples comparison, there was additional revenue that is posted to this fiscal year. Based on your staff's conversations with the Department of Taxation, it was just under $27 million. So if not for that additional $27 million of revenue posting in September, we would estimate the sales and use tax for FY26 year to date, instead of being up by 4.7%, would be actually down by 1% for the fiscal year. And that instead of being $11.2 million above the forecast, we would be $15.8 million or 3.5% below the forecast. So that of that $102 million, there's $27 million I believe we're accounting for there. The second one that I'm going to point to is the percentage fees tax, which is the next line. And so through 5 months of FY26, we are approximately $34.6 million or 8.7% above the forecast. And I'm not going to tell you that there's a technical issue here, because there isn't. This is actual real activity, and this is money that is in the bank, and it is money that is from actual activity rather than some sort of anomaly. The issue that we have run across, though, based on information data we've received from the Gaming Control Board and just news reports, is that the predominant amount of this additional revenue is coming from Baccarat. And Baccarat is a very popular game among high rollers that come to Las Vegas, and it's a relatively small subset of the visitor population who brings a large amount of money, and they are betting thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions of dollars per hand. And as I mentioned to the Economic Forum, just the nature of the game is it is a statistical coin flip, but that does not mean that there are patterns that emerge. And the pattern that has recently emerged is that the houses are doing very well. The players who are coming are very unlucky, and so we have a point. We put together some information and showed it to the Economic Forum about some average statistics on gaming win, and specifically in Clark County and along the Las Vegas Strip, where gaming win on average for the last 6 months or so has been kind of stable. It's been like this. But that's without Baccarat. But when you add Baccarat in, it's going like this. There's a gap that's growing between the two. And based on the information that we're seeing, where for several months during this fiscal year, anywhere between 15 and 20% of the gaming win in Clark County is attributable to Baccarat. That works out very well for the state, especially when the House wins. So we're interested to see what's going to happen, especially in November, because we'll find out toward the end of this month when the Gaming Control Board releases November statistics, because that's going to be our first glimpse at Formula One, which brings in a lot of money and a lot of heavy Baccarat activity during November, especially since F1 began. It's a very popular game among the people who are coming to F1. So we'll have a better idea going forward. But just as quickly as we were gaining this revenue, this is one where we're keeping an eye on it because it could turn the other direction depending if the winds blow a different direction and the luck shifts. Then the last one that I'm going to mention on this table is the next to last under the major general fund revenues, and that's the commerce tax, which year to date through the first 3 months is $69.8 million above the forecast. I mentioned on the previous table that we were approximately $82.8 million short in FY 2025, and not surprisingly, these two issues are related. So the commerce tax, as all of you are probably aware, is an annual tax. It is due to the Department of Taxation 45 days after the end of the tax year, which is the state's fiscal year, so around August 15th, give or take. This is a tax that has been under the old legacy systems of the Department of Taxation up until FY 2025. In FY 2026, it will be moving to Mint. But in FY 2025, they were doing what they normally do. Taxpayers were remitting their tax returns and attaching an electronic payment to it until the Department of Taxation realized that they were receiving the tax returns, but they weren't receiving the payments due to a technical issue. And so they had figured this out and were working with taxpayers to try and get all of the taxes paid and get everything corrected. And then the cyber attack occurred, and that basically stopped their efforts because they really didn't have any way to continue going forward. And so basically that led to the Department of Taxation suspending the efforts at least for FY 2025, but they've picked them up in FY 2026. So there was approximately $80 million that the department is indicated should have been collected in FY 2025, but wasn't as a result of this issue. So we would have been fairly close on the forecast. So the fact that we're close to $70 million above the forecast is indicating, yes, the department is recovering those funds and getting them deposited into FY 2026. So when you take all of those things into account, the Economic Forum asked me when I went through these tables where we were when you started accounting for it, and basically I said that we're holding our own. The number looks really good, but once you start looking into why things are going on or why this number looks the way it does, it perhaps is a different picture that says the Economic Forum had a fairly conservative forecast, at least in my estimation, and we are meeting those expectations. We're not doing wonderfully better, but we're also not doing worse. And I think that's the takeaway for these tables, or at least this table. So then I'm going to just discuss the tables, the rest of the tables really quickly, just to give information about what is there. I'm not going to spend really any time going through information unless there are questions. Table 3 on page 419 is basically the growth rate that is required for each of these revenues for the rest of the fiscal year based on where the total fiscal year forecast is and where we're at year to date. Table 4 and 5 on pages 420 and 421 are the counterparts to tables 2 and 3, except it is after certain tax credits, and it's specifically the tax credit programs that apply to only a single revenue source. So the Nevada New Markets Jobs Act tax credits that are against the insurance premium tax, and then the 2 tax credits that are specifically against the modified business tax, which are the college savings plan credits, and then the education choice scholarship tax credits. We account for those a little bit differently than some of the other ones, which can be taken against multiple tax credits. But I think for for us, we provide the information, but it's easier to present it before tax credits because that's really what's driving the economic activity. Then Table 6 on page 422 is a summation of all of the tax credits that have been used fiscal year to date, both by the credit type as well as the revenue source that they were taken against. And then Table 7, which begins on page 429, is an overview of the year-to-date collections through the end of November for the entire State General Fund through November of both FY 2025 and FY 2026. And again, Madam Chair, I wasn't going to spend a lot of time on those. I am available for any questions, and I appreciate your time and hope you all have a happy holiday. Thank you.
It's always a pleasure to hear from you, Mr. Nakamoto, and your wisdom. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Nakamoto? Up north?
Yes, please, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your expertise. I had to smile when a truly numbers guy, fiscal guy uses terms like unlucky, which has nothing to do with science. So thank you very much for that. I'm questioning your early on in your presentation, you mentioned that there were delays from the Secretary of State's office. Was that an expected delay? Is that typical of departments? Was it because our computer systems? Why were there delays?
Thank you, Senator Titus, Michael Nakamoto, for the record. We rely on reports that come from the Secretary of State's office as they reconcile their the revenues that they receive into the State General Fund. And it is my understanding, just out of thoroughness, that it takes them a little bit of time to go through and make sure that they have everything correct. So it is. This is not unexpected. This is just part of their process. I can't speak to their process, and I don't see anybody from the Secretary of State's office who is still here who could. But that is the delay in the reporting from them is not unusual, and it's just kind of the pattern that we are in with respect to that.
Thank you. And if I might, just a quick follow-up question. At the end of the day, compared to in May when we had the economic forum / forecast, just for clarity, because these numbers will be headlined in different phases, however you want to interpret these, what we're seeing today is pretty much in line with what was already predicted. So there's no shocking, oh my gosh, the sky is falling, or hey, we're fantastic. It is consistent with what you previously reported to us in May.
Thank you, Senator Titus. Michael Nakamoto, for the record. We're doing a little better than the forecasts are doing. On paper, the numbers look good, but when you start accounting for some of these other things that are going on and start adjusting for all of that, I would say based on economic activity alone, the forecasts are probably or the actual year-to-date collections are probably in excess of the year-to-date forecast, closer to the 2% range possibly than the 6.5% range. So we're largely in line, perhaps doing a little better than was expected, but yes, it's probably realistically in line with that.
Good. I like to know that we are doing better. Thank you, sir, and happy holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions from anyone? All right, not hearing any. This is informational, so we thank you, Mr. Nakamoto, and happy holidays to you as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, we are on to our last agenda item, our second public comment period. And for those of you providing public comment, please remember to state and spell your name. When you call in, you will be dialing 888-475-4499. The meeting ID is 856-3220-7232. Press pound. And when prompted for the participant ID, you will press pound. So we will start here in Carson City. Our Las Vegas? Is there anyone here that would like to give public comment? Is there anyone in Carson City that would like to give public comment? And is there anyone on the phone lines, AVH, when you are ready?
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to participate in public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hello. Hi.
Go ahead.
Oh, hello. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jean Coquilla, Coquilla, and I'm requesting an immediate interim review of a narrow bill draft request of NRS 116. Under current law, Nevada homeowners are losing homes through non-judicial HOA lien sales without legal requirement that HOAs respond to homeowner payments or letters. California, Florida, Texas, Colorado, Utah, Maryland, Washington, North Carolina, Minnesota, Arizona have enacted or are in the process of enacting substantive HOA law reforms. And the solution costs the state $0, and I will submit documentation and a proposed bill draft. Nevada has over 219,000 veterans, more than 55,000 people living with Alzheimer's, and about 3,700 communities governed by HOAs. Nevada is a non-judicial lien state, which means HOAs can send notices by mail, move forward selling a home without responding to a homeowner who has mailed in payments. In some cases, homes are sold without the owner knowing a sale had happened, leaving them with no real chance to fix the problem or save their home. Especially in lien states like Nevada, HOA management companies and collection companies are often operating under common ownership, allowing penalties to escalate without confirmed payment or notice. And the courts and clerks downtown, they confirm and they receive daily inquiries from affected residents. And I'll submit the reports. And in some real cases, a disabled veteran with Alzheimer's disease who mailed in his checks and letters received no response and did not know his home had been sold. And in another case, a veteran who corrected a paint violation on time, prepaid a year of dues, HOA dues in advance, and was still fined nearly $10,000. So thank you for continuing to protect the citizens of Nevada, and I'll submit it by electronically. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Chair, your public line is open and working. You have no more callers at this time.
Thank you very much. I believe Assemblymember Mosca would like to make a comment.
Thank you so much, Chair. Yes, as a subcommittee chair, just a very quick wanted to congratulate Deputy Administrator Lisa Swearingen from DeWitt. It is her 30 years. She's retiring. She was here earlier. This is her last IFC. Sorry if there's anyone else. I just knew about that one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And with that, happy holidays. Thank you all for being here. And we will see you in February in one location. Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned.
Merry Christmas, everyone.